Hello everyone, it's me, BGE. The video you are about to watch is the interview component of my recent two-piece conspiracy project, in which I discuss that as well as broader subjects relating to the relationship between fan work and the official releases, with members of two ongoing one-piece fan editing projects, the TCB Scans manga scanlation team and One Piece anime re-editing project. I'd recommend watching the previous video before this one, linked above and below, to understand the two-piece idea that inspired me to conduct these interviews, but we also speak about that plenty here as well, so if you just want to check these out first, feel free. We cover subjects like the backgrounds of members, role of their project in the community, their views on official releases as well as the morality of their work, what kind of compensation they get, and a lot more. There are a total of 5 interviews, 3 of them being audio interviews that make up this video, and 2 written ones you'll find in documents linked in the description, as those interviewees preferred to answer my questions in writing. I first spoke with CDR, or Calm Down Relax, Japanese translator for TCB Scans, then Teal, TCB Scans editor, and finally Feeso and Zenef together, 2 of the staff members of One Piece. The written interviews are with PTG, Puck the Great, another Japanese translator for TCB Scans, and finally Noser, typesetter and founder of TCB Scans. Everything's been edited down to the best bits of each, but since there's still a large volume of material here, I've provided extensive timestamps in the description to make it easy to skip to any particular interviewee or specific question you might find interesting. As you'll see, I use the same general template for questions for all interviews, but do get into different additional topics with each. Feel free to let the whole thing ride though, love that ad revenue. And as each of my guests has distinct insight into their particular work, as well as perspective on the broader topics, I think you'll enjoy it all. And since a few of the topics build on each other as we go through successive discussions, not a bad idea to listen to them in order. I want to stress though, don't ignore those written interviews. If you're interested in these subjects, do yourself a favor and read through them. In particular, the interview with TCB founder Noser, as his behind-the-scenes insights into the way manga scanlation groups actually function were particularly fascinating. So don't let the fact that it's a written interview keep you away, and click that link below. And that'll do it for the preamble. Thanks again to my interviewees for taking the time to share some of their insider knowledge and perspective. It's helped to clarify many things I wanted to understand that have been mysterious to me and probably many of you who follow these projects. There are links to the communities of both these groups, TCB and One Piece, in the description. One Piece in particular is looking for help, so check those out if you are interested in getting involved. And with that, let's get to our first guest. All right, this is Nate, aka BGE, talking with CDR, or Calm Down Relax, of TCB, and we're gonna get into some interview questions. Let's jump in. So, Calm, who are you, and what do you do on the project?
Yeah, so I go by Calm Down Relax on the internet. I work with TCB Scans, and really my role is as one of the translators, primarily on One Piece, although I have done work on a few other series before. Among the different translators, I wouldn't say that we necessarily have really distinct roles week to week. It sort of depends on everybody's availability, but I feel most comfortable as the person that usually does the first pass with the script. So from Japanese, I will write the first one in English, and all of the edits will come subsequently from that, although the order often depends on how available people are.
What's your background outside your work at TCB? This is just a personal question. Share as much detail as you feel comfortable with, but I've been interested to know sort of like what are the lifestyles of the people a little bit who work on it. So maybe something like your occupation, if you want to share that.
Yeah, sure. So I'm a resident. That probably means very little to most people. Basically, I finished my medical school a year or two ago, and I'm doing my subspecialty training right now. So I'm training to become a neurologist.
Wow, fascinating. Okay, so high IQ people working at TCB. So how did you get involved, or maybe what's your history a little bit with just like anime, manga, Japanese culture? Some people, maybe they grew up in Japan. Other people, maybe they're Americans like me who just fell into it over the years. What's your history there?
So I think like the very first thing would have been, I grew up in North America as well, so would have just been like daytime anime on YTV, if it means anything to you. But I played Pokemon as a child, like when I was 5-6 years old, and so I really was quite entranced by the Pokemon anime. one of my older cousins, he was a big weeb, and he was quite a bit older than me. So he introduced me to some of his favorite series early on. I was really into Inuyasha. I think that was probably the one that got me hooked. And after that, it was, actually I stuck with pretty much everything that was on cable TV for the longest time. This was like before internet access was really, really well established in all homes. So, the nighttime there was Naruto and Bleach, and I actually never watched the English dubbed One Piece, but I watched all of these dubbed, and that's sort of how I got into it. And then I don't remember exactly how I transitioned into manga, but it was a very, very natural thing. Like I watched all these different anime, and when they became like when I caught up to the point where they are now releasing weekly, I think that at some point I just transitioned into reading the manga because I just needed to know what was happening next.
So yeah, have you done any other translation work? And if so, what was it? So any other similar types of projects or any other scanlation groups, anything like that?
I've never worked with any other scan groups. I actually got into this one because I was the person that was doing the SBS translations on Reddit for some time.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, maybe you would have seen it. I'm not super sure. There was a period of time where the SBS scans were on the Reddit, like they were leaked pictures, but there were no translations of them. And so I would make Reddit posts translating them, whenever they came out, every couple of months sort of thing. But once I got involved with TCB, I sort of stopped doing that, mostly because it's actually very time intensive. And there were people that ended up taking that role instead. Like I think the Arthur from O'Hara Library. I remember because I was a really big fan of his. I was reading his stuff like week to week, and there was one week where he put out like his very well edited SBS post, and the translation was mine, and I was like, wow, like I've made it. But since then he started doing his own translations, and he does a really great job.
Did
that filled.
Not to throw shade on Artur, did he credit you properly for this work?
Yeah, he did.
Okay,
it wasn't just pilfered. Like I was credited right at the top, and I was just like, wow.
Indeed. Although we are somewhat in the world of pirate copies of things now, so less rules apply here. And actually, that leads me to the other question, or rather, circling back a little bit. So, sounds like you probably weren't, or maybe you were, like a native Japanese speaker growing up. Is that like a self-taught thing you did? Maybe you did in college. How did you like learn Japanese to do the translation?
Yeah, no, my background isn't Japanese.
Okay.
I studied it in high school for about 4 or 5 years, which usually doesn't give you a super good education, but I was really lucky. My Japanese teacher was actually very, very good, and she was very passionate about it. And then I did 6 credits or so in my undergrad as well. And so I had a very good foundation coming in, I guess. I wouldn't say that I'm like a super, super fluent speaker. Like if you drop me in Japan to work, I definitely couldn't do it. And I certainly don't practice medicine in Japanese, but like the foundation from those years of formal study is good enough that like if I just don't know some certain vocabulary, whatever, I can look them up in the dictionary, and I know the grammar, and I know how things are sort of structured in a sentence, that I know what it means.
Okay, interesting. Now, so listeners out there, if you're hearing this, you don't need to know every single thing in order to dive into Japanese media. If you're feeling intimidated about learning, that's reassuring to me, also as a learner. So I'm delighted to hear that.
Just a little bit more on that, I guess, is Japanese. So I speak Mandarin because that's like my cultural background, and Japanese is really unique in the sense that there are very few exceptions. Like the grammar structure and all of that is very, very consistent, and there's not like all of these special rules like there are for a lot of like Western languages like English and French and that sort of thing. And so if you know the grammar really, really well, then all that needs to come after that is building up your vocabulary, which can be looked up quite readily. Because the things about like Google Translate and dictionaries is that if you type in a whole sentence, they're not going to capture all the pieces. But if you're just missing like a word here or there, then you can sort of piece it together if you know like what the grammar means.
So getting into sort of the TCB work specific side of things. So a little bit of an open-ended question, but so how do you view sort of as your role in the scene in general? How do you view your slash TCB's role in the community? What is the service that you're trying to provide?
So this is going to be a very personal answer because I definitely don't know what the motivations for everybody else is. But for me, the primary reason that I wanted to get into scans is that I just wanted I wanted to read the chapter like a day or two early. Like I was always thinking, even in the old days when the Fanscans used to release on Wednesdays, like how great would it have been if you could read it on Tuesday? Like I'd wake up like Wednesday morning, just hyped out of my mind, waiting for it to drop. And so that was really my primary motivation. I don't necessarily see us as providing this service or filling this niche that the community is missing. It's just sort of a continuation of how I got into manga to begin with. Like when I first started to become really invested, I wouldn't say that the official translation scene was well developed at all. Like it was not something that was easy to get your hands on and cost prohibitive and all these things, and so it like the fan scans have just always sort of been part of my journey with this hobby, and this is just, it just so happens that through me being able to enjoy the chapter early and give my take on what I think everything means, we get to share that with everybody. And that's sort of all I see it as. Like, I don't think that necessarily if our specific group were to fade away, or if Fanscans in general were to fade away, that the community would be missing anything other than being able to read the chapter those 3 days earlier. And to me, that is a big deal. Like being able to read it a few days early is like the highlight of the week.
Yeah, sure. Okay, well, we'll get back to that in a little bit, a bit more. So,
Sure.
this will tie into that a little bit, but next question, of course, is what do you get out of your work personally? You kind of got to that in the element of delivering the chapters early and whatnot now, but also even more specifically, like, is there any actual like financial incentive or anything? Because I had thought I had seen some evidence that like a Patreon or like a Ko-fi, that's how it's pronounced, used to exist. I couldn't find those around anymore. So do you guys make any money off of this? Is there any financial stuff behind it? Or if not, what is, if you want to speak more about it, what is your motivation to do it?
Yeah, so I can't say for sure that about anybody else, but certainly I don't make any money from this project. And I prefer it that way for multiple reasons. I think that once payment and money start to get involved, then it becomes more of a job, more of a commitment, and more responsibility. To me, this is like my hobby. It's like a passion project for me. I just am, so invested in this story. I want to read the new chapter as soon as possible. And, I want other people that feel that same way to be able to experience that as well. On the weeks that I'm busy, as I often am, that also means that there's no obligation for me to show up and provide the service that I'm being paid for if I was to be paid. And so, I've never been paid, and I don't plan to be paid in the future. I don't know what anyone else does.
Sure. Okay, well, again, continuing off of that, next question, it sounds like you sort of got to that, but so do you believe that this translation work that you guys do, does it come with any responsibility? Or do you feel like no weight whatsoever? Is it just for fun? What do you think about that? Do you have any kind of responsibility to the people that you're releasing this to?
Oh, I think that there is a basic responsibility not to mislead people. So, like something that we do pretty frequently, which many people have noticed, I think, is that typically we'll release as soon as everything is ready. But we actually frequently will read what the official translation says, either because there's a line where there's some ambiguity in the interpretation, or just because we just want to see what someone else's take on a situation was, and we'll actually update our chapter based on that. Like if we made what we think is a definite mistake, or even if just the official translation put something in a really well-worded way where our line was a bit clunky, we'll often update it. And that's just because I think that we don't want to have something out there where if people were reading it for the first time, they're going to be misled by like a hint that wasn't there or by an Easter egg that was not actually dropped. There's often things that, I mean, we'll talk about more of the details of this later, I'm sure. But I think that my basic responsibility is I don't want people to get the wrong impression. Like whatever is there should be a valid interpretation of the original text. It might not be the same one as the official translation, but if we make a mistake, we definitely correct it, just because we don't want that to remain out there in the ether and continue to mislead people. But beyond that, I don't really see too much else beyond. I don't see too much else other than that. Like there's often times where we'll get a little bit of backlash that certain people read into our line a specific way, and we'll discuss it, and we feel like, the line, in theory could be read this way, but really the meaning that we intended to put out was still there. Then I don't feel too bad when that happens, I guess.
Sure. And I guess, again, to kind of branch off this a little bit, I was going to ask, whenever there's kind of like clashes, or again, so you said that there is a little bit of responsibility, at least not to mislead, that seems pretty reasonable. Sort of, how do you police that? And I guess that the one way is to see what the official scans do. I'm kind of more curious about the internal dynamic of the team. Do you guys have a lot of talk if there's any kind of questionable lines about this stuff? What's the sort of system in place there, if any?
Oh yeah, sure. So this will probably be best answered by our general process. So typically, I will be the first person to write the script. So, whatever I write on the page will be edited multiple times. So there's at least one other translator, typically two, that will then do a quality check of the translation accuracy. So they'll do their own read, and then they'll look at what I wrote. And if they feel that what I wrote either doesn't capture a nuance or it is the wrong tone, they will leave comments, and they'll leave their own notes for edits. And usually these edits are just always correct, no matter who it is doing it, because the second pass through, when you see how somebody has already adapted it to English, it's easier to pick out when something looks wrong than to come up with the original text to begin with. And so this process is done for every chapter, and there's always at least two translators that will look and make sure that our read of the text is accurate. From those little notes, then someone that doesn't know Japanese will read it in English and make sure that the English words match up with the intention that we're trying to convey. And so sometimes it's like, the two Japanese speakers will write out a line a very similar way, because from Japanese, when you translate it, it makes sense. But when you read it just in English, like either it conveys a different tone, or it's more aggressive or more passive than what we intended, they'll be like, this line sort of looked a little bit weird. Is this what you meant by this? Is this what you meant? And then we'll do a little bit of a discussion that way as well. And then through that process, there will be a finalized script that comes through. It'll get put onto the empty bubbles, and then there will be another round of proofreading where both the editors and the translators can read through and make sure that everything looks good.
That's quite a rigorous process that it goes through. Seems like there's a lot of checks to make sure that things don't go wrong. So, again, we've touched on this a little bit, but let's just hit it specifically. So what are your thoughts on the official release, and do you read them, and do you support them, either financially or just in spirit or anything like that? What do you think?
So I think the official release is really good. Like, I actually think that most of the time they do a really excellent job with all the series I read. Most of my Jump I read through the official app, because since they do such a good job, there's no hole that the community feels the need to fill. And so all new Jump series, I think no Fanscans come out with them because there's just no point.
Right.
My basic take on it is, I think that I don't, either because of personal preference or because of the limitations of actually working for the company itself, they have more responsibility to be precise with the words that they choose. I'm trying to see the best way to explain this. It's a bit difficult without example. I suppose, so an example, would be an extreme example. I wouldn't say that this is something we do, but there are moments where you'll see the scene and it's clearly trying to be one of those like cool guys don't look at explosions kind of scenes, right?
Right.
And in Japanese, it certainly reads that way. But then the words that they chose, when you translate them into English, they aren't like cool guy words anymore. And so it becomes like either like this very robotic statement or something like that. And there's always ways where you can spice it up, but you want to use the exact same like synonyms or words. But for me, a lot of the times, if it is supposed to be a cool guy's scene and the words they gave me aren't cool enough, I will just put words in there that were not necessarily in there in Japanese. And I'm not saying that this always makes it into the final cut, by the way. But I think that as the official translator and the people that work for the actual company, I don't know that they're either personally or professionally allowed to do that. Like it's that every word that they put in must have been in the text somehow, and vice versa, or something like that. Because I definitely feel like they want to be more technically accurate than we strive to be sometimes.
Sure, and this is something that I've thought about quite a bit on the subject as well, about how there were different pressures, of course, on official translators versus fans, and the freedom that you guys would have as you don't have the corporate obligation to necessarily do everything. I mean, for example, I've often wondered why they keep with the Zolo instead of Zorro, and the two theories are, of course, they always say just to be homogenous with the original release in the West with like the 4Kids with Zolo, and then I've also wondered if maybe there's a legal issue with, again, there is another famous swashbuckler named Zorro. Perhaps that is an issue. Don't know. I don't think that's been clarified anywhere. But as a Fanscanners, not something that you have to worry about. That is no longer
exactly.
Yeah.
And also we get the luxury of being able to freely use translation notes as we wish.
Right.
Because I think that there are lots of moments where either the bubble is not big enough or it would just destroy the flow to try and explain the many layers of pun and reference that are put in, especially in One Piece. And so that's like another layer of freedom that we get to have, that we can put notes in the margins, we can put extra pages at the end to explain a translation decision that we did, whereas the official scan needs to be perfect and polished and nothing scribbled in the margins. And so I think that with all of those restrictions in mind, I think that they do an excellent job. There's really not much to be critical of.
Sure. And again, the other thing that I find of interest in the different sort of ways that one can translate is that the overall goal, I think most people agree, of a translation is to capture sort of the authorial intent of the author, whatever that is. Whatever is the best way to capture that spirit is probably the way that a responsible translator is going to try to handle things. And sometimes, as you were kind of getting at before, that does mean no longer keeping the same literal words. I mean, again, anyone who's familiar with translation will know that this is a reality. There are metaphors, there are puns that simply will not translate. And so, I always think of the famous example of in Fooly Cooly, how they reference Crystal Pepsi in the dub as opposed to whatever that, there was a similar Clear Cola or something in Japan. That's a localization, but it's done to capture the same spirit in a way that the audience will appreciate. Again, that's like a change to preserve the same tone. And I've always found that to be, I don't know, something that needs to be considered carefully when making a translation. But there definitely are times when it seems straying a little bit farther from the note-to-note, word-for-word beats of the original author can be in better serving capturing the true intent to convey to a new audience. Any thoughts on that?
Absolutely. I completely agree. I always like to say that there are many right ways to translate something, but so I guess this is the way I would say it, is that you can clearly spot if something is wrong, but it's a lot harder to say if you're looking between multiple translations which one is right. There are many different valid ways to interpret and translate something. And I think that, it's not that I'm saying that the official translation is word for word robotic and it doesn't read that way either. It's just that it's a bit of a spectrum, right? How much do you stick with the original words that are given to you and adapt them to best fit the tone as you can? Or I guess I lean more towards the side of, I want to preserve the tone and the voice of the characters as much as possible, and the actual words that they're using is less important. If they are talking down to someone, I may just choose to use a different way to have someone talk down, even if the words originally were not there.
So the next question on my list is something that we've kind of already gotten to, but maybe this will give you a chance if you want to expand, or we could just say that we've covered it. It's why do you work on a fan translation project when official scans exist? And then what motivates you to do this work? And you kind of already mentioned getting it out earlier ahead of time is one motivating factor. Is there anything else that makes you want to do it?
I think that you do get a little bit of an extra dimension just from translator notes and from certain things that are just unadaptable. Like the one that I would say that came up most recently in my memory is there was like a attack that Kaido was doing that like ended up just sounding like Ragnarok, but it was not actually Ragnarok. It was like the title chapter was Naraku, which is like this specific Buddhist circle of hell. And then the way that it was written, his attack, it was like Ragu Naraku or something like that. And so it had like a like there were many layers of reference to that new attack. And I think that with the bubble and it being just like one of those action scenes, there was no way to like capture that. I don't actually remember what the official translation ended up going with. I imagine they just went with Ragnarok. But you know, we had the luxury of being able to like explain all of this, like these references, both the chapter title and also to what Ragnarok itself means, and the way that it was written, that it was not just like normal Ragnarok. And I think that having those little extra things, at least for me, when I was just reading it as a fan, I really enjoyed, because it was just these things that you would never even think of and that wouldn't come through at all if there weren't these translator notes. Motivation wise, I think we already spoke of. It's really just like I'm a passionate fan of the series, and so I getting to work on it in any respect is a great joy.
So now we've got a more juicy question here, a more I don't know, one that I've really been wondering about, and I think a lot of people might be wondering about, and it's this. So working on TCB Fanscan project, do you consider Fanscans to be immoral in any way? Like cutting into the market share of the source material, anything like that?
I think that it is immoral in the sense of if you consider something where if everybody only read the fan scan, then the original would cease to exist because there would be no monetary incentive for them to continue producing. In that sense, I think that it is fairly inarguable that there is a level of immorality there. But I suppose the way that I think about it is that that holds true for most things in life, like having a child. If every single person that was able to had a child, you know, the world would go to ruin. And so you could argue that there is a level of immorality to that as well. I think in the practical sense, in terms of like the actual market share that we are cornering, I think that it is less than negligible. Like I would be shocked if we were cutting into Oda's profits even like 0.001%. And so in that sense, I don't feel particularly guilty about working on fan scans or reading fan scans. I certainly read the fan scans of other series that I follow whenever they come out, because it's just delivered in a vehicle that is more accessible than official translations are. And I'm really glad they exist, and I'm glad that the Japanese media has an avenue to profit off a Western audience. And I think that if we're cutting so much into their market that Manga Plus decides to shut down in the West because it's just not worth it to them anymore, then I think that would be a great shame. But I haven't looked at these numbers, so I'm not sure if this is true, but I would be highly, highly doubtful that we're cutting into even like a considerable fraction of their profits.
And so it sounds like this kind of goes without saying, but so you consider it a very good thing that the official scans are available in sort of a monetizable way in the West. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think so. I think that the original authors should have a way to profit off people who enjoy their work, and for people that are fans to have a way to support the creation of manga in general.
And I guess I'll just raise this sort of counterpoint to that first question is, by any chance, do you think, especially historically, because I'm not exactly sure of the history, I don't know when, Manga Plus or whatever it is, Shonen Jump Plus first came onto the scene, but for me, for a long time, there simply was no weekly release of anything official coming out, in any kind of easily attainable way in the entirety of the English-speaking world, and so Fanscans were the only game in town. Do you think that it has been a good thing, at least historically, that the Fanscans have existed to perhaps propagate the popularity so that now people are primed to sign up for something like these services where they can, actually financially support it?
Oh, 100%. I think that the manga industry in the West, not industry, that's probably too bold, but certainly fandom in the West would not have grown to the same extent without those Fanscans. I'm from that same era where there was no way to read manga in English in an up-to-date manner. Like there were volumes like sparsely scattered across various bookstores and in libraries, but they were rarely complete and rarely like even close to up to date. And this was before, online purchasing really took off. So like you couldn't even really order it. Like it would definitely be prohibitively expensive to try and keep up to date with any of your favorite series. And if Fanscans didn't exist, I definitely would have just dropped this hobby because it's just too frustrating. Like you can't wait volume to volume and like have, maybe weeks to months delay before you catch up on the story again. Like you just don't remember what happens at that point. And so I definitely don't feel like this situation is like a black and white thing. I think the people who have a lot of outcry against Fanscans, I would need to see data that backs that up. Like I think if we are really significantly encroaching on their market share and that the removal of Fanscans would bring 20% more from the West into the pockets of the authors or something, then sure, like maybe we're really cutting into things. But I don't know that is even possible to measure, and I think that Fanscans are still reserved for only the most dedicated and hardcore and like long-standing people in this community anyway, and everybody else does read the official stuff, and so I don't see a huge problem with it.
I have wondered for quite a while kind of what those percentages are just of people that consume it, because for me, it's never been even anything to think about. The Fanscans are just what I have been built up to read. It is my expectation of how to consume these. But now that the official ones exist and people have gotten used to them for, I don't know, a decade, yeah, perhaps that is the case. I would love for someone to analyze some of this data sometime. Okay, but anyway, so the next question I had, we've kind of already covered, so we'll kind of skip that. It was just about strengths of weaknesses of fan translations versus official. I think we spoke about that a goodly amount. So the next question here, though, is do you consider this to be a thankless job?
No, not really. I mean, I'm not someone that like obsessively looks for criticism or anything like that. And so I think in general, the reception is always very positive. Like people are just excited to read the scan. And that was the case even when the translation was terrible. I read it back in those days and I was very happy to see that it was released. Like I didn't wake up on a day early and be like, wow, I can't believe these people released like such a crappy scan and ruined my reading experience. Like every time that it came up, I would be excited to see it. And so I think that is overwhelmingly the reception that we get as well. There are people that, take issue and are just like, oh, this specific word was not in and you added this in, or this specific word is missing. But, I think that's just a style thing. People just want it to read word for word if they know a little bit of Japanese. And that's totally fine, right? Like it's not supposed to please everybody, really. This is just for the people that want to read it early, then they get to, and then that's pretty much it.
That sparks another question in my mind, which is I often wonder this about people who are doing translating work, because I'm a very incredulous reader. I'm very loath to kind of believe some of the wild theories that people will make up as they're reading things, and there'll be like one sentence where things are fairly implausible, but it'll spark 1,000 theories. Basically, what I'm wondering is, do you ever find yourself, as a translator, in a position where people have taken something that you've said, and especially you, knowing the original Japanese, you can see that they're taking it beyond what you intended it to be movie originally, and they're kind of running with it. Maybe it was due to some vague wording. Maybe the original series even itself was fairly vague, but you kind of just know that this isn't really what was implied, and then people are running away with it. Do you ever have any regrets or just concerns about when people consume things like that from your work or other people's?
Definitely no regrets. I have seen that happen on rare occasion in one of the Reddit threads or something, but it never like sparks an actual cohesive theory. It's like, oh, there was this sentence worded this specific way. Do you think that that's what, that means something crazy? And usually it gets shot down right away by the people who read it the way that I intended it to be read. And so I don't really think too much of that. I think that that's inevitable whenever you're translating something. Like words in English have multiple meanings. And so, these things do and will happen. But I've never had the experience where a majority of the reader base was really heavily misinterpreting something, because if that's the case, then then we just put out a poorly worded line. Actually, you know what? There was one, but that was just, I guess, an unhappy coincidence, I guess. It was the scene where Sanji was hearing the voice of the girl that was like being harassed.
Right. During the fight with Queen?
Yeah. And then the next chapter, it panned to this scene where like they did the sashiobi or something, the one where they spun the girl out of her kimono.
Right.
Yeah, so the scene before that, apparently the way that it was worded is like a very clear reference to old movies or old like dramas that would often feature that scene. And none of us caught it. I guess like none of us were familiar with that. And so we just worded it in like a very non-descriptive way. Like, and also I should clarify that even if we knew that that was going to be the case beforehand, I wouldn't necessarily say what we put out would have been wrong, because there would be no English equivalent for this. Like,
it sounds like the only thing that was really lost there was like a nuance about the reference that Oda was getting at, as opposed to like a major translation mistake. Is that correct?
So number one, that nuance was lost, but also this was the one time where it sparked something where a decent number of people thought that Ivankov had come onto the scene because of the way that it was written. And it definitely was not written even close to the way that they speak, like Ivankov speaks. But it was like close enough to that a decent number of people messaged us and was like, oh my god, does that mean Ivankov is on Wano? Like, what does this mean? And none of us had that impression from reading the Japanese. And so that was the only like small time that happened even a little bit. And even then, I think that was just a few people that ran a little bit wild with it.
So next question is, this is a more personal one, but how long do you see yourself continuing to do this work, if you have any vision of that?
Yeah, so, I originally started doing this during the pandemic because we had some time off at that time. And I managed to continue for longer than I expected. My work is fairly busy. I've actually, I haven't worked on the last couple of things that we've put out just because things have been busy. And so I definitely don't see this going long term. I plan to still be around at least for some of the chapters until One Piece ends, which sounds like it's coming quite soon. But once that's done, I don't think that there's any other project that I would be passionate enough about to really want to put in this time and effort into trying to make it happen.
That kind of just makes me think, I'm just a little bit surprised in general at the sort of the professionalism and the stability of really a lot of the old, many of them have crumbled, but the old Scanlation groups that existed. But TCB in particular seems pretty rock solid. Like, for example, you said that there's never like a gun to your head that you have to be available to do this translation. With that kind of general flexibility, how do things remain so consistent?
Well, I think a lot of, like, as time has gone on, the recruitment has become easier as our name has become better known. But this will bleed into something we'll talk about later, I guess. Originally, when we first started, it was just me and PTG as the two translators. And our roles were actually very well defined at that time. Like, I would always do the first pass and he would always do the quality check and second pass. And you know, just because like it isn't a surprise to anybody that I have become less available. I told them well in advance, and so there are 2 to 3 other translators that have come on that are really, really good, and that they do the first pass now whenever I'm not available. It also depends a little bit based on the timing that the scans release, just because I live in North America, and more recently, like I think pictures have been starting to leak. You know, like sort of Wednesday night-ish on the Reddit.
Mm-hmm.
And that's often what I will actually do my first translation based on. I'll just do it on the leaked pictures. And then depending on various other factors, sometimes it releases like middle of the night for me, or just at an inconvenient time for me, like during the workday. And in those cases, like our translation team has just like coincidentally been pretty geographically scattered. So there's always a good time for somebody to start.
Sure. So basically the answer to my question is sort of like just redundancy built into the team as well as general competency, and you guys just know what you're doing.
Yeah, I think that Noser tends to check in with people and make sure that they are available. But most of the time, like if someone's not available, like everybody knows about it, and usually there's enough staff that someone will be available most of the time. We've never run into a situation where everyone's busy.
Sure.
But yeah, most people just know it's roughly like Wednesday, Thursday, depending on where you live, and everybody tries to be available during that time with few exceptions.
So what, if anything, would you want the official releases to do differently?
You know, honestly, I think that realistically, like within the realm of the reality that they work in, I think that there's nothing more that I would want. Like, I think they do a really excellent job. Specifically, the guy that does One Piece for Manga Plus, he does a lot of other series as well, like the New Jump series, which I often read, and I think he does an excellent job. Like, I really like those series. And I just see the difference with One Piece being that he's constrained by a lot of what the official releases did and 4Kids did before he came on, and also just you know, needing to stay perfectly true to the text, because especially with Oda, you never really know when he's going to call back to something in a way that you didn't expect. Like that, you know, the grand line is paradise line, eventually taking on a different meaning, like 20 years later. I don't think that he intended that from the beginning, to be honest.
He didn't intend that from chapter 1. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that the capability is always there. And so as the official release, you know, it's going to matter a lot more if they release it in a certain way, and then later he calls back to that line and it turned out to mean something totally different, even though it was a very reasonable interpretation at the time. They would be in a lot more trouble. Whereas for Fanscans, right, like we're like, well, we only live in the present. Like right now, this seems like what it means. If it means something else later, then how are we supposed to know, right?
It sort of, it gives you guys, in general, fan people, the flexibility. The audience has to take everything with a grain of salt, knowing that it wasn't fact-checked and proofread by the editorial staff and whatnot. Not that everything necessarily is. Yeah, so that encourages, I think, a sort of mental flexibility that is probably a good thing for people to keep in mind when they're reading. At least, hey, that's my personal take. And so I was glad to see you've referenced my particular bugbear or my particular passion recently, which is the existence of what I'm calling now retroactive continuity, which Oda employs to great effect, oftentimes with excellent results. But so, hey, I'm just out there saying not everything was planned since chapter 1, guys. Retroactive continuity is a real thing where Oda reinterprets things later to mean something a little bit different. So it's okay. It doesn't make him a bad writer.
I don't know that anybody plans anything out from the beginning to that extent.
Of course.
Maybe
How could one?
Yeah.
So speaking of things that the official scans could do differently, what do you make of this? Again, you work on a fan scan project. If it was possible, do you think it would be good for them to remove leaks before the official translation comes out? Would that be a good thing? Or even before like the Japanese one comes out, would it be good for it to all come out at the same time to somehow make it impossible to leak ahead of time? Would that be something that you would want? Or are you sort of glad that we have this sort of amorphous sieve where bits of information can release at various times?
Oh, well, I'm not someone that really hates spoilers. Like no matter what media I consume, I'm totally fine with spoilers. I'll often seek spoilers out. And so I don't think that it ruins my experience at all. I think for the people that really don't like spoilers and like want to wait for the official, it is coming to the point where like leaks sometimes come out on Monday and the official release is on like Sunday. So, it becomes like a very, very difficult cycle to live in if you are someone who doesn't want to see leaks. But because I am someone that likes the leaks and will seek out the spoilers, and if I didn't, then I just wouldn't read them. I don't think that there's any real benefit in trying to quash them. Like they bring joy to people who want them. And for the people who are like terminally online and deeply entrenched in the community and want to avoid them, it might make life a little bit more difficult. But I think that there's no perfect answer for this. I don't think that the world would be better if there were no leaks.
Before we get to kind of the open-ended thing at the end, I wanted to ask you about one specific translation and one specific moment in the story that was sort of my focal point for reaching out to you guys in general, which here, I'll post in the chat here. But it's, I think I mentioned this before to everybody, but it's about the moment in chapter 1040 where Big Mom, she began what I'm calling the two-piece conspiracy, where people began to think, because of this line, of course, and when the official release came out after you guys, it really got widespread, implying that One Piece exists in multiple pieces, presumably on Raftel and also on Wano. But you guys really went out of your way to make sure that that was not something that you were saying that Big Mom was confirming, but again, you weren't saying that it was impossible, but preserving ambiguity seemed to be the main goal. So first of all, I was curious, were you on board with that? Was this an editorial decision that you or the whole team made? I heard that like the whole team was involved in this. You want to just give me some of your thoughts on this translation bit in general? Because I'm fascinated by it.
Absolutely. So I did work on this chapter, although I think that we switched roles for this one. I think PTG probably did the first pass and then I did the second pass. Mm-hmm. Both of us, when we read this, neither of us were super convinced that this meant that One Piece existed in two different places, or that like some piece of One Piece was now on Wano. Although that certainly would be possible, it just like didn't. It was not definitive enough from this line to make us think that relative to all the other things that we knew about before. Like, I left it all in that one place, and there's like a final island and all of these things. This line was not enough to put reasonable doubt that was the case in either of our minds when we read it in Japanese, because she was really just more frustrated about the secrets that Roger never told her in general. She starts by saying, like, does One Piece even really exist? Like, she says something even like along those lines. And so the way that we looked at it is that the only accurate way to translate the words that she used is the way that the official translation did it. Like, that is definitely the accurate words that she used. But I think that the meaning that you hear when you see the official translation's words is that either One Piece is split into multiple pieces and some of it is in Wano, or that it's like, there's two pieces of it, like the two-piece theory that you mentioned. And so, for us, we made a relatively bold call to say that we don't think that that's the case, and that there is something about Wano that is related to One Piece, but not necessarily the treasure itself or the physicality of it that is in Wano. And so we adapted the word to say answers. The word answers never shows up in Japanese.
Right.
And so the way that we changed it was sort of a group decision, but the intent of it was always the same from the beginning, which is that in English, it can only be written one way, but when you read it that way, it makes it sound like the treasure is split physically. And so we just wanted to come up with some way to make it not sound that way when you're reading it through the first time. But of course, with this big of an implication, we need to explain ourselves, and we very well may be wrong, right? Like, if Two Piece turns out to be real, then we'll have egg on our face. But that's the reality of living in the present.
Indeed, living in the present. That's true. I did my own independent translation of this, and I think the sentence question was like "kono ni mo arun daro" or something like that. With the mo, yeah. Like it's saying, "Is it also here?" And talking to Roger in her head, and it's again, I agree with the assessment. She's literally saying, "Is it also?" So, what the implications of that are strange if she really does mean two-piece to exist. But again, just a few sentences before this, she says the words, "It is real, right?" Implying that how on earth could she know that like two-piece was in Wano and then also be wondering if it even is a real thing and knows nothing about it, and that's the whole point of the speech. So, and again, I just say that to reiterate what you were just saying, basically, because I also took some umbrage with the official translation, and again, they kind of were painted in a box. Again, sort of getting to what you were talking about before. Their hand is forced a little bit to phrase things sort of literally. And you guys took a little bit more of a liberty with the translation here. But again, in my mind at least, it seemed that your translation was going out of your way to as maximally as possible, preserve the intent of what the author is saying without misleading. So to that end, I thought this was like a brilliant handling of the situation, considering everything about it. So, bravo for that.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. Yeah. That's always our goal whenever we put out a translation. And I think that the issue that sometimes people have with us is that if the authorial intent is going through me interpreting it and then going into English and then the reader interpreting it, sometimes that two-step process means that the reader ends up with a different sense than what the original author meant, right? Like, it's sort of like telephone. You lose a little bit every time someone else comes in and does an interpretation. We do our best to try and preserve what we think is right, and that's why we have multiple people that read it and give their take, and especially for lines that are ambiguous, we try and come to a consensus. But the official doesn't have that luxury, right? They are trying to one-to-one mirror what the words are saying so that the interpretation is purely on the reader, and that's sort of like the most organic experience that like the Japanese readers would have, because I'm sure in Japan they have all their own theories of what she possibly meant with this line too.
No doubt. Okay, well, I mean, that gets through my main questions now. The last thing I wanted to ask is just, is there anything else that you were interested on maybe clarifying about your work, about fan or official scans or anything? Anything, in general that you want to let people know?
Well, I have one thing, because I think that that our editor will be speaking to you at some point. So you can see if he wants to talk about it. There's one thing in particular that like we've argued about a lot in terms of what we want to do as a general translation rule. Like we pretty much agree on everything. This is like the one thing that we fight about a lot. And that is how whether or not we should include swear words in our translation. And we don't. But,
like my heroes over at Manga Stream love to do so much.
Yes. So let me give you my spiel, because I am actually in full support of using swear words, and I've been overruled. And the reason is that this process of why we associate no swears with manga and cartoons is purely constructed based on Western media laws. Like, to have a G rating, you can't swear. And PG rating, like, there's certain swears that you're allowed to and certain swears that you're not allowed to do. And then M, you can do whatever you want, right? But this doesn't translate one-to-one in Japan. Like, the subject matter in shonen manga would definitely not fly as PG in the West. Like, they talk about very serious things, very serious themes that would definitely not be allowed. But for example, for them, their line of what makes something adult and not adult is whether there are nipples. You can be naked. If you don't have nipples, then it's okay for like 10-year-olds to read. And so there is a little bit of arbitrariness to all of this. And Jump itself features many series where the characters swear profusely. Like, the one that I always think of is Ice Shield 21, where one of the main characters,
our guy.
Yeah. And I think, if you read that back in the day, you probably were like, oh, like the Fanscans are going really crazy with things. But no, like in katakana, he will be saying like the F word frequently.
I didn't even know that. That's fascinating.
Yeah. And that's because like in Japan, the words themselves is not necessarily what makes it rude. It's like the way that you say things and like the specific words that you're using that could mean, like, there's like 5 words for a specific noun and you choose the least polite one to indicate like that this is your relationship. And so I don't think there's anything inherently mature about having swears that makes it no longer a kids manga. And Japan certainly doesn't think that way either. I think the reason I've been overruled is the exact reason that you pointed out, is that Manga Stream at some point probably went a little bit too much in that direction and gave people a bad taste in their mouth. So especially people who are really, really familiar with that era, they're just like, oh, if you swear, then you're going to be a bad translation, like Manga Stream. But I think a lot of the times we come up with a line that reads just fine, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I think it would have been enhanced by a swear. Like, for example, Queen, when that girl was like, I have a migraine, I can't be with you today, like he calls her like a slag, like not a slag, like something worse than a slag, right? I won't swear on your show, but he calls her something that is like
feel free to if you want to.
Derogatory to women. Right. And I'm sure you can come up with some words in your mind that would make sense in English,
sure,
specifically for Queen's character, for him to say in that moment as well. And I think that would have been a superior translation to both what the official and what we chose to do. And I think that him saying stuff like, you're a hussy or like, you're a slag, that sounds like really weird. Like that just doesn't sound right to me either. And some characters are just rough and grumble type people, and they would swear. And I remember one line that Steven, the official translator, commented on, where Sanji was like, you would be, I don't remember what he said, but basically he's like, what he wanted to say is, don't effing mess with Robin. But he couldn't say that, so he put in this like really convoluted way of trying to convey the severity of it.
Sure.
And I think that we like, especially as the Fanscan, then we're not limited by being PG or G. Like, we should be able to swear when it makes sense. Like, just don't go overboard. But yeah, anyway, the editor disagrees with me profusely on this, so it's something that you can bring up with him and see if he wants to talk about.
Sure, that's an interesting, nuanced debate. I can see both sides. I can, and if it was me in the editor's chair, preserving a veneer of, or not a veneer, but an authentic sense of, I guess, professionalism might be something that I would want. But hey, look at a story like Berserk. There was a time and place for profanity and horror to make points, as is true in a visual medium, as is true in literary content as well. So I understand your point. It'll be an ongoing debate, I suppose. Well, with that, I think we've reached the end. That's all my questions. So if there's nothing else, Calm, I think thank you very much for talking to me. It's been a real pleasure.
Yeah, likewise.
Bye, everybody. Thanks for listening. See you later. Hello, everyone. This is BGE, aka Nate, back again, and now we're talking to Teal of TCB Scans. So let's get into it right away. All right, first question, Teal. Who are you, and what do you do on the project?
My name is Teal, as you just said, and I am the editor. That basically means that I am the script writer. I take the raw Japanese and I word it in a way that is appropriate for an English-speaking audience, so that things are more natural in terms of character voice, in terms of I make sure that grammar is all good. When I say character voice, I mean stuff like the way characters speak, their vocabulary, and like just general tics and stuff. I make sure terms are consistent and all that stuff. So really it's just taking the raw Japanese and converting it into the final script and making sure that everything is consistent with the way we want to adapt the series.
And, okay, so what, as much as you care to share, what is your background of work or whatnot outside what you do at TCB?
Well, I have a law degree in real life. However, I have worked in some comic publication before, so I've done some of this editing work on a professional basis, but only part-time. And I've mostly, like, in relation to this kind of work, I've mostly done like subtitles and stuff for a few years. So, and I like creative writing, so like I guess all of that kind of factors in to help out when you're considering writing dialogue for characters like this. It also helps just to like be a big One Piece fan and just like know these characters and the general story. Like it's a lot harder to do series where you're less familiar with the status quo.
For sure. I
Yeah.
noticed a generally high level of education among the people who's doing this stuff. I wonder if that's...
Yes, we've got a doctor and many other stuff.
Okay, well, hey, just in general, how did you get involved in anime, manga, Japanese culture?
Right. So like I grew up with like, the standard Dragon Ball, Sailor Moon, like Japanese video games like Mario, Sonic, all that stuff. I kind of forgot about it when I became like, 11, whatever, 12. But one day I like went with my sister to a bookstore. She was buying like revision materials and I saw a book and I picked it up and it was like, oh, it's a black and white comic and it was like Dragon Ball Z, but like Goku was a kid and I didn't know what was going on and I didn't know that there was like stuff that came before and it was a comic before, so I like begged my sister to buy it for me and I took it home and 12-year-old me like read through that volume. It was like volume 12 of the Piccolo arc and I was just like, wow, there's so much backstory and stuff. Like I remember this as a kid, but it's so different. So I got back into it and I went online and I started like getting really into Dragon Ball. I think Dragon Ball Abridged was just starting. There was another parody called Alternate Reality Dragon Ball. I got into like this whole Dragon Ball like fandom via like Daizenshu EX, Kanzenshu, like these fan sites. And that led me to being like, are there new series like this? And I discovered Naruto, Bleach, and eventually One Piece. One Piece was the last one I checked out. It was the least appealing, but it was the one that I've been obsessed with for the last almost like a decade and a half now. So like, yeah, crazy.
Same here. So I was going to ask if you've done any other translation work. I wasn't sure if your editing work overlapped with this. So yeah, want to clarify if you've done any other similar stuff besides TCB?
Yes, I have. I worked on a few other scanlation projects, including Jaimini Box and some other now defunct manga. Not for too long, I should say, but like I did get some experience with that. I also did subtitles with some anime projects, and I think that's probably it for this specific like area. So yeah.
Sure. How long would you say in general you've kind of been in that scene of stuff? More than 5 years, maybe?
Yes. But like in terms of just rewriting dialogue and stuff like that, probably like 4 or 5 years.
And so how did you get involved with TCB specifically?
So Noser basically reached out to me knowing my experience with previous scanlations and asked for advice because they were having some quality issues. So I gave them a few pointers on things which I thought that they could work on. Some stuff was like pretty basic. Japanese works on subject, object, verb, whereas English works on subject, verb, object in general, sentence structure wise. So like I gave a few pointers about, oh, you should like make sure that the sentences are always structured properly, like you always have it in the right order, otherwise like characters kind of feel like they're talking like Yoda. Also stuff like excessive cussing is like, it's a dead giveaway of fan translations which tend to crank up the explicitness of their series, honestly, because they don't really want to admit that they're into a kids show. Like you can see like classic Dragon Ball like scanlations where they're using like slurs and stuff, and TCB weren't that bad, but they were like a bit more iffy back in the day. So basically I gave a lot of this advice, and No Sir basically asked me if I was free, if I wanted to join. And I joined at first on a more advisory capacity, but then I got more and more involved and then started to basically like, micromanage every line and like get obsessed like you do. So
I know the feeling.
Yes. So initially I was just being consulted on because of previous experience, and then I came to just be the editor.
And how long ago was that?
I want to say it was like in the 1010s, 1020s, like around there. I started to keep more track of the terms we were using and stuff like that around there, and took a much more hands-on approach.
So what's your level of fluency in Japanese for this? Just out of curiosity.
I barely know any Japanese. I've been training myself to read hiragana and katakana, which helps me recognize certain phrases.
Sure, sure.
In this work, you see certain phrases crop up a lot.
It can't be helped.
And
yeah.
yes, a lot, because there's a lot of like, it's happened right in front of his very eyes, or it will take a million years, like you're 100 years too soon to challenge us. There's certain phrases which, if you're familiar with anime in any way, shape, or form, you'll see them a lot. But if you're doing editing, you will see them like every day. So basically, I can recognize those, and I know how to handle those. But for the most part, my expertise is taking the English and taking the raw translations and rewording them into a way that we can present.
Right, like you said, editorial work,
yes.
primarily. Yeah.
Yes, I think I provided you with like comparisons with the raw script and the final script.
That's right, you did.
And yes, so really it's easier to just like look at those and see like, oh, okay, so this was flipped, and it's all about flow of dialogue and making sure that things are clear to the reader. Japanese has a lot of redundancy, like where they'll mention a character's name where it might not be appropriate in English, where like it would be more natural to say, oh, he went to the shop. But you would continue to name the person in Japanese,
right.
To the point where it's unnatural in English, or where you restate a specification for a character. It's hard to think of an example of this.
No, the one about the using it's like second person reference shows like intimacy or rudeness. I know that anata is how you refer to like your significant other or wife, which is just the word for you, but that's super rude to just use with someone you don't know.
Yeah, and so there's basically a lot of like specific cultural things with Japanese that just don't work well in English. So that's why we basically have it so that the translators, they provide me with as much raw information as possible, and then it's my job to try and make that consumable in English, because there's a lot of stuff you have to account for, from bubble size to just natural speech to like sentence order. There's just a whole lot.
So in a given week, I know you guys in one day, less than 24 hours. No Sir was very proud that you guys have like an 18-hour turnaround basically from once the raws were available to you to getting the thing released. How long would you say that your piece there of taking the raw script and converting it into, the text that's going to fit, how many hours would you say that takes? Just for my personal curiosity.
It really depends on the chapter, because some chapters I can bang out in like an hour, maybe two. But others, I will spend the entire time right until like 5 minutes until release to like continue to refine and rewrite speeches and make sure that everything is as accurate and that topics flow from one to the other like naturally, in a way that makes sense. So there are some weeks that are easy and there are some weeks that are really hard. So I would say anywhere between, I'd say like average I spend like 6 to 8 hours on it. But
sure,
beyond that, like I'm also quality control. Like I check the manga after it's been typeset to the page, so I make sure that like the bubble size, that this text is centered properly and there was no typos when we were moving it over, and I do the translation notes. So beyond that, I'm still looking at the product and I'm always like, oh wait, that sentence does not look good at all when it's on the page. There are certain times where I completely misunderstand who's talking until it's in the bubble.
Sure.
And when it's in the bubble, I'm like, oh my god, that was like friggin' that was Chopper talking. I feel someone responding to Chopper. So I've had a couple of moments where like last minute saves, but because like meaning wise it makes no difference, but in terms of like the vocabulary I'll use.
Right. Chopper's going to speak differently than Frankie or whoever.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. So like I have Frankie speak a very specific way. So like
Which we
that's
actually
the
saw
kind
when
of
they
thing.
swapped bodies in Punk Hazard. So
Yeah. The official manga does an amazing job with that. I know you'll talk about differences between official and unofficial, but just my maximum like kudos to Steven, who I think that's how you say his name.
Yeah, Stephen Paul.
Yeah, Stephen Paul. Max kudos to Stephen because he does an impeccable job with character accents and voices. Like sometimes like it can be a little like thick for me, but like I feel like that is such a amazing thing that he does with all those, which is something which I really want to aspire to, because it's not easy to make sure that every single character speaks appropriately and the dialogue flows and stuff like that.
And once again, I notice a high level of praise for the official release among you guys at TCB, which I didn't expect initially.
Well, I think that the official release is by and large excellent, at least at the moment. I think Stephen Paul is a fantastic translator and editor. Like, he's been in the One Piece community for like 2 decades. He was a fan translator himself. I don't agree with absolutely everything he does. When it comes to honorifics, I think I would keep them in terms of One Piece. Like, Japanese, like people who don't speak Japanese tend to overrate honorifics. Like, you can convey most things without it. Like, in retrospect now, I'll probably drop honorifics like Sama in favor of Lord. But certain honorifics like San and Chan and like Kun, I do think you kind of lose stuff. For example, Jinbei switches from calling Luffy Kun to San after he saves Fishman Island, and Nami stops calling Sanji Kun during the events of Whole Cake Island. So I think there's certain like character nuances that you might lose. My take on that would be like things are more real during the events of Whole Cake Island. Like there's no time for like to call him Sanji Kun and like be all like cute about it. Like, no, Sanji, stop killing Luffy. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
okay.
I feel like those are maybe some things where I disagree, but for the most part, I think the philosophy of the official release is really solid at the moment. And in the past, not so much. Like, back before Steven's time, I think there was a lot of iffy decisions which were made by his predecessors when it comes to certain terms. Like, there's just so many, like Neptunes and the Merry-Go and like Rogue Town, and a lot of it is actually 4Kids' fault, right? Because Viz is trying to be consistent with 4Kids. With the exception of terms that were changed for 4Kids only because of censorship. So
Smoker
Trace,
was Chaser,
yes, and Ace and Trace. But with those exceptions, almost everything they did matched 4Kids for the longest time. Especially early One Piece, they tried to really piratize like everything, where they like, you know, let's yar and like all that shiver me timbers and this scallywag and landlubber and
it's funny because there's almost none of that in the Japanese whatsoever.
It's non-existent. Like you can like maybe infer that they're speaking rough, but like it goes like above and beyond to try and have the veneer of being more piratey. Which kind of takes away from when they do get more piratey later in the series, I think. But I think the official release is saddled with a lot of decisions made early on, like Zolo and stuff.
They need to bite the bullet and just change it. I mean, I guess they're close to the end now, so they're going to stick with it, but
I mean, it would mean reprinting everything, but I mean, they won't, but they have done for certain things. Like Laugh Tale, they've been printing as Raft Tale for 20 years. But they've switched to Laugh Tale because they have absolutely no choice.
And that's a funny thing. This is why, you know, we're talking about translation, so of course all this is very important. But for me, as selfishly, I personally just want the deepest understanding of, I mean, no series comes close to my level of attachment to One Piece over the, you know, the decade and a half I've been following it or whatever. So it motivates a lot of my desire to be part of the scene and do things like learn Japanese on my own and whatnot. So things like the Raftel Laugh-tail distinction is a uniquely, other languages too, but in English it doesn't quite make sense or work. But in Japanese it does, because of the nature of it as a hieroglyphic language versus a phonetic language like English or whatnot. So I just encourage anybody out there to have the deepest understanding of your Vietnamese chalk drawings. You have to learn Japanese yourself. Anyway, that's an
Right.
aside.
One Piece has a ridiculous problem when it comes to L and R words.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Arabasta is a big one.
Yep.
Load poneglyphs. For a long time we thought it was road poneglyphs.
And who can blame you? That sounded really appropriate.
Yes,
Made a lot of sense.
but like, we have to reevaluate as new evidence comes up.
Right.
Like, okay, so they are found on Lodestar. What the hell's a Lodestar? Oh, it's like the North Star. It guides you. Oh, wait, it's like the poneglyphs. Oh, you find out about and then it clicks. Like, it's written the same way in Japanese, and then you're like, okay, so that's probably the reference. And we have the luxury of reevaluating and correcting, like that's something which TCB does, which I don't think a lot of people know. We're bound to make mistakes because we're a very fast turnaround, and we are limited by a lot of factors. So when we know that we've messed up, when we see Viz and we're like, oh, okay, that's probably what they meant, we do go and update our version, just because it's our responsibility to make sure that what fans are provided with is as accurate as possible, because some people might only experience it through us, and for those people we want to make sure that they're not missing anything. There are times where we don't agree and we don't update with Viz, but we always keep ourselves open to comparing and making sure that our interpretation is as legitimate as possible.
You're already speaking to this, but on that front, I would just want to talk more about how you view your and TCB's role in the community. That's my next question. So, want to comment on how you guys view what you do and the service that you're providing?
Right. So, when Jaimini ended, when JB Scans, I should say, when JB Scans bowed off the scene after Manga Stream was taken down, the hope was that people would transition more to the official release. Sources from Japan weren't very available at that time in terms of to be scanned, the rules. I'm sure you spoke to No Sir about this. Like, the only way you're going to be able to see anything early from One Piece was like from Korean scans or something. So the hope was, okay, hopefully more people transition towards the official release. What actually ended up happening is people took the Korean scans, Google translated them to English, and you got horrendous scans for months. And I think that's when it kind of dawned on me, scans are always going to exist. And I don't think it's a bad thing scans exist. I think having an alternate translation can be a benefit, because a lot of translation isn't set in stone. A lot of stuff like wording and characterization and stuff, like very subtle things, can be different while still being just as legitimate as another take. So I think what the existence of scans can be is for the people who aren't able to wait, either because they don't want to get spoiled, or the official release just isn't available in their region, or because they like the option of having multiple different scans, multiple different versions, ones where they're not saddled with terms that might be less accurate, or that they don't prefer, or just anything general like that, or just, convenience. I think having scans is a net benefit for those people. However, we do encourage people to always check the official release or support it, just because it is the official release and we love One Piece and want to support it. And in all honesty, the official release is really good, in my opinion. So for me, it's there as an alternative. It's there as something which has the freedom to do certain things without worrying about consistency of reprinting. And going back to what I was saying before, I think that if scanlations are going to exist, which they are, they might as well be as high quality as possible and free for consumption. I think that's probably the biggest reason why I put like everything I can to making sure they're as good as they can be for the limited time we have. Like, I've worked in official manga before, and Viz have probably an extra week on us to do any given chapter. We've got 24 hours, but we release like 2 to 3 days early, which makes it our responsibility to make sure that we do as good a job as possible to represent the series. Otherwise, you'll have people's first experience with these big moments where you've got big, like, 20 years of payoff. Like, can you think about that? Like, stuff which was set up 20 years ago, we're getting payoff for now. And it would really, like, crush me to know that people who experience those huge moments for the first time will have, like, a really jank experience because someone like Google translated the Arabic version or just Google translated the Japanese version and they don't have a proper editor or a proper cleaner and stuff like that. So that's why we keep pushing to improve. And I think our role in the community is to be a stopgap for the official release, to make sure that people have a good experience with the manga until that point, until the official release can come out. And after it comes out, we're just an alternative that people can choose if they like happen to prefer our terms or our wordings for certain scenes. If they don't, then by all means read the official release. And even if you prefer ours, I would encourage everyone who can to go and read the official release and at the very least, like, you know, pay $1.99 for an official subscription. It's next to nothing.
To put the question a slightly different way, in a more philosophical framing, would it be fair to say that you guys, basically, having observed a reality of human nature, that people just will go and seek out these releases or anything like this, there will always be tastes that human beings want, and accepting or noticing that reality before you, you are then coming in to basically do, I guess what you could call, like, harm reduction in what will be an inevitable black market that will presumably always exist as long as there is corruption in the heart of man, or what, to put it a little bit over the top. Yeah, so is harm reduction, and again, by having like the best scans possible and not letting wild misinformation start to spread, is that a fair way to observe it?
Yeah, it would be, I think. Like, there are a lot of really questionable takes that come, like, even from, like, the spoilers that release, like, a couple of hours before ours do, where things can just be translated just a little bit off. Like, the One Piece fans, they run with just the smallest thing.
They sure do.
To start theory crafting and stuff, and that's why we love them. But, like, there is a certain, like, duty to make sure that, okay, we're not perfect, we've only got 24 hours, but we can do a better job than most people at the moment. We've got experienced people, we've got great translators, so we should be the ones who put out a serviceable product that can, at the very least, reduce any harm. Yeah, so there is a general feeling of harm reduction in what we do.
So my next question was just, what do you personally get out of the work, kind of beyond the stuff that we already talked about the role of the group, and is there any payment or financial compensation?
There's literally no financial compensation, because it's a fan project. I think it would be wrong for us to profiteer off of something which we're doing unofficially like this. I won't say it's not a lot of hard work, because it is, and it can be very stressful to try and turn it out within a few hours. I'm in deep enough to the point where, like, last week I was in Disney World and I was still, like, you know, I went to my hotel room and I was, like, typing up the chapter about Sabo and stuff and, like, really making sure, like, oh, okay, Jesus, like, this has to be perfect before I go out and have a fun time.
Imagine spending your Disney trip thinking about Sabo. Ugh, what a nightmare.
Yeah. I was doing some of the, like, final proofreading, like, on my phone, and, like, the line to "It's a Small World After All," which is pretty funny. It is a thing which you get very into because you're a fan and you want it to be good, and one day a week to, like, go absolutely all in and, like, balls to the wall and, like, you know, I'll stay up tonight to make sure the release goes perfect isn't too much to ask. Sometimes I'll turn in early if I've got something big the day after, but I do want to make sure that, okay, we get this really perfect. So there's a level of obsession, like fandom obsession when it comes to this. So I'd say part of the reward is just to see the hype of the community when a chapter drops. It's to have like the self-gratification of having written something. I said earlier I'm into creative writing, so getting to write anything is a joy for me. So when it comes to getting to write characters I love, like Luffy and Jinbei and Zoro and stuff, that's a level of satisfaction for me. Getting to meet these fantastic translators and expand my horizon and understanding. Like doing translation notes, like when I'm like, oh, this is referencing a god or something, or I watched the movie Aramaki's from the Admiral.
Oh yeah.
For my research on that. Um,
I do
well,
stuff like
I
that
watched like
too.
half an hour to like 45 minutes, and I finished it later.
Hmm.
The places where One Piece takes you when you're working on it, the amount of research you're doing, just the fun characters, the people you meet in real life who help you expand your horizons when it comes to this kind of work, the satisfaction of the community, their hype levels, just being able to write for the characters, those are the rewards to me. Just the love of One Piece and its community. There's no financial compensation for it. It's a lot of hard work. It really wouldn't be right for us to like get any money for it. I think No Sir has ads on the website, but to be completely transparent, what those go to is money to maintain the website and, of course, to pay for the rules. So basically, there is no financial compensation, but we have rewards in a lot of other ways that are more fulfilling.
What do you say about the, because there's a lot of like those aggregator websites that just rip off the scans of guys like you and other groups historically. I don't know what they're doing, but they're obviously money-making engines that probably just have bots set up to just whenever you guys post a chapter or something, immediately grab it, put it up on their website. Any thoughts about those?
Yeah, I'm not too thrilled about that, mostly
Yeah.
because, like, there are certain chapters where, like, we will update for a typo within
right.
an hour, or we'll add like an extra translation note, or we'll like change one line. Like all of these changes happen within an hour, and that happens automatically on our website. But like these other sites, they've already gone on and like re-uploaded. I don't really mind it so long as they keep the credits page on. What's we used to do, which I kind of shut down when I came in, is we used to have watermarks on the pages, which
Right.
I feel just ruin the art and make it look like kind of cheap and fanlation-y and like, ooh, look, this is like, have you ever seen like Manga Panda?
Manga
where,
Panda,
like,
my man. Yep, all over the page.
right, like
Yeah.
when I'm talking about this, put on the video like Doflamingo looking at the Manga Panda logo. So those kind of things I just kind of like see as hacky and intrusive. So
Yeah.
I don't think, like, even if people remove our credits page, I don't think that we should be putting those kinds of things. But so long as like these sites are keeping credits pages, it doesn't bother me too much. But I do have a bit of an issue with them making money on it, especially when like the people who work hard on it make nothing. Like,
Sure.
it wasn't made for other people to profit on. It wasn't made for us to profit on. It was made for the sake of fans to get the best translation possible in the time frame. So I would encourage not reading on those sites if at all possible. But, you know, there's no helping it if, like, you know, some readers are janky or don't work on phones, etc., etc.
Right. Let's circle back. I want to ask about them as well when we get to the morality question below. But in the meantime, so we had said before, we had talked a little bit about the responsibilities that you feel that your translation work with TCB comes with. But to get to another point, it's sort of, how do you police your scans, sort of like the authority of you as the editor in the group? My question is sort of, why do they trust you to be the voice of no, don't go with this translation, let's modify these words? Sort of, what gives you that authority, and why do they listen to you?
So it's a combination of things. For the first thing, I think I'm very lucky to have teammates who are exceptionally skilled, but who don't have much ego. So they don't really mind too much if I take the raw translation and I rework the vocabulary and the presentation to be something which can be more easily digested by the audience. They understand that our first and foremost job is to cater towards our audience and to make sure that the intention is coming across, the meaning is coming across, more so than the actual exact wording.
So this is just, you just have this principle and you just try to
Um,
meet it as best you can of preserving authorial intent. Is that fair to say?
I would say that they also trust me a bit because I've had previous experience with other groups and with subtitles and stuff and more official releases and stuff like that. So they've given me a lot of leeway. However, they also trust me to always check back with them to make sure I haven't strayed too far, to make sure that, hey, like I at someone and I'm like, hey, is this accurate to what was there before? Did I stray too much? Did I exaggerate the wrong things? So if I'm ever not sure, they know that I'll check back with them, and the script is always there for them to review, and they sometimes send me notes being like, hey Teal, I think we kind of lost this nuance here. Can you reword it to stress this? And so I reword it to stress that. We do have a process that allows us to make sure that things are always as accurate as possible and that everyone's satisfied. But I like to think they trust me because they're very professional people who know that having an editor is important, making sure that things read well to your new audience. And as I was saying, very new translators, they are almost afraid, they're certainly very hesitant to deviate too much from the raw translation. But in TCB, we make sure that we prioritize meaning over the actual wording.
Basically, you're saying that when you get a little more experience, people, or perhaps just if they have a low ego, they will accept that you can make some like editorial choices with the goal of preserving the authorial intent of the original author, in this case Oda or whatnot, without being afraid of deviating 1% from just the literal textbook translation. And that's something that you develop as you gain experience, and so they trust you to do that sort of thing. Is that fair?
Yes, I couldn't have said that better.
Sure.
It's literally just that.
So it sounds like, and it sounds like the rest of the team that I've spoken to agrees with you, that just sort of a natural trust emerged as you guys were working for a while and things were going well, and the whole team feels pretty comfortable and happy to be a part of the project, it seems like.
Absolutely.
We talked about this a little bit, but now's a chance to maybe refine your thoughts or say a little bit more. So what are your thoughts on the official release? Do you read them, and do you support them, like financially or spiritually?
Yes, I've got pretty much the entire manga on my shelf right here. One, because I enjoy reading them, but two, like when I'm writing for One Piece, it's like useful to like pull out volume 13, scroll back, see what Viz did in that, maybe pull up my Funimation DVD, see what Funimation did. So like whenever we quote a past scene in our scans, you'll notice that a lot of the times we just use the Viz version of it because it was done long before we were ever a scan group. Or we'll do a version based on the Viz version where I'll take that and I'll make sure that the terminology is up to date. Like, it's switched to Laugh Tale or Zoro or whatever. I do have it on my shelf, basically almost every volume. I'm subscribed to Shonen Jump subscription, I should say. I read every week, or maybe I lapse and I read every 2 weeks or whatever. Again, both to support it and because it's always good to cross-reference our work with theirs to make sure that we're being accurate. So if we ever need to update anything, we can.
So you're the editor at TCB, so this would probably be your call in combination with the others. When it comes to the situation of Raftel, now officially known as Laugh Tale, and again, the nature of the English language that we speak kind of puts us in a box where you're forced to choose. You could keep spelling it Raftel as much as you wanted to, or you could now call it Laugh Tale at all times. However, clearly the intention of that reveal in chapter 1000, whatever it was to be a reveal due to the inherent ambiguity of the Japanese language, and then this was the clarification where it's revealed what the actual name was. And of course, I'd heard theories for a long time, but also they were just theories that not a lot of people were necessarily bought into. So you just said that, like, in flashbacks, you'd referred to it as Laugh Tale. But I mean, just if I were editor, I would have to wonder, like, what is the appropriate way to do this in English? To keep calling it Raftel, or to call it Laugh Tale now that we sort of know, or maybe just after that moment of reveal in the manga, now I can call it Laugh Tale in all mentions because it's not inaccurate, of course. What do you think about that?
I mean, maybe the ideal thing to do, and if I ever go back to work on older parts of the series, which I may well do, is to actually have it be Laftel, like spelt like Laftel or something, and have it have the implication be that over time it's been smushed down to Laftel or something. From Laugh-Tale. Like, that's probably one way around it. But that being said, I don't think what you just surmised is actually accurate. In Japanese, the name, its pronunciation, everything has not changed one iota.
Yeah, of course.
The only difference is that Oda gave a romanization, which he obviously did in Stampede, and I think the reveal is the context of okay, so it's Laugh Tale as in a funny story, and Joy Boy, it's a funny story. You still don't have the context of what Laugh Tale means, so I think the reveal would work well even if it was always called Laugh Tale.
But surely if it was called, Laugh Tale, spelled out in English from the first time it's mentioned in the series, you would know more than the original readers in Japanese would have known at that time. And that was not the intention of the author, I would argue, again, if we're talking about this specific case.
The thing is, the pronunciation and spelling has not changed in Japanese.
Well, I couldn't agree more, but the thing is, you're dealing with an inherent difference in a language there, and again, in order to preserve authorial intent to the maximum degree, I think taking some liberties in order to preserve that ambiguity would be appropriate. That's my opinion anyway.
It's something which I haven't thought about because I haven't really had the chance
you're not in that situation anyway. So.
Go back and redo those parts, at least not yet. The only solution I can think of is have it be Laugh Tale, like still with an L, but spelt like differently combined. So it's closer to Raftel, but it's like Laugh-Tale. And then it's revealed that, Laugh-Tale is really just an abbreviation of Laugh-Tale. I think that's the only solution if you wanted to preserve it as a reveal in that sense. However, there is an argument to be said that nothing has changed in the Japanese in terms of pronunciation or spelling, so it should always be Laugh-Tale, and the only reason we have this quasi-reveal right now is because someone looked at the hiragana and just, assumed.
I swear to Christ, if I ever go back and read a chapter, 100-something, when Laugh-Tale is first mentioned, and I see the words Laugh-Tale early on, ruining the experience for some innocent English reader, I will go ape. So that's my opinion. I'm not gonna lie.
My thing is, would the lack of context be enough? And that's something I'd have to think about. If the lack of context is not enough to protect the reveal, then I would probably spell it like Laugh-Tale and do a reveal later.
Your solution isn't terrible. Laftel, that sort of thing. That could be just sort of an eroded over time pronunciation, which I would argue Raftel could too, sort of. But in English,
maybe in Japanese, but LNR is not quite as interchangeable.
Okay,
I think people are very attached to.
I'm attached to Raftel,
version.
very much so.
Right, and people are also attached to, like, Alabasta instead of Arabasta.
I am not going to Arabasta. I won't do it. Nope, I'm an Alabasta boy. Always have been, always will.
I'm sorry. I just don't think the evidence is there for you.
It's an inherent ambiguity, I'd say either clarification.
It is natural Japanese confusion.
Indeed.
So all we can do is speculate on the etymology.
And I would argue there is, that's true. We can speculate if Oda were to specifically clarify, yes, this was a reference to alabaster. That was my main intent. It'd be like, okay, yeah.
Well, I think it's
it's probably
a
both,
reference
though.
to both.
Yeah.
And that's why I have to be like, which one represents both?
You have to choose, yeah.
Right, and also, I'm looking at, stuff like the DVDs and the merchandise in Japan and the official website and the color books and all the superfluous the anime, all these extra media that all keep using the AR spelling, and the fact that Oda has just every time it appears has flip-flopped, and at a certain point you have to be like, Oda is unreliable.
Well, hey, let me
when it
make
comes
this
to this.
point, because Viz clearly agrees with me on this point. Once people are used to something, Zolo, even if you were to know it was wrong, you might as well stick with what the people know and love. On that basis, I'd go with Alabasta personally, but that's just me.
I think that is a bad philosophy.
I think you're a bad philosophy, motherfucker.
I think Viz only does that for the sake of not having to read.
Oh, okay, but we know that the Zorro thing, I mean, it's wrong. He's named after Zorro the swordsman. They're clearly making a mistake. But with Alabasta, it is ambiguous, and I think that there will never ever be a correct version of it because it doesn't exist. Like language somewhat defines the thoughts of the people who are grown up in that language. I think if you were to peer into the brain of Aichiro Oda as it exists now, or as he was writing it back then when the first time it was mentioned, that construct, that differentiation, simply would not exist in his Japanese formed mind, and thus we in English have no choice but to cope and seethe and make a decision one way or another. So all I'm saying is the ambiguity will always be there.
You have to make a call on what you think is most accurate, what you think is most reflective of the etymology and the puns and what could like easily be explained. Like, okay, lodestar makes sense.
Indeed. And the good news is you run a fan scanlation site, in conjunction, so I can ignore you if I don't like the thing that you've done.
Absolutely.
It's the beauty of the work.
Yes, and the thing is, I don't think there is a Jimbei is another one which Viz has mangled to being
N and M distinction.
Jimbei, yes.
Yeah.
There are stuff which people online used to do a lot. Shiryu,
right,
instead of Shiryu.
Yeah.
There are so many of these, and I've kept track. I've got a Google document I can link you to.
I would love to see that. Yes, please.
So this is it's not 100% up to date, but these are romanizations given in the manga over time, and they're disputed versions. I've got another one for locations and another one for stuff like that. So a lot of research goes into this, and Django here, right? The Viz call him Django with a D, whereas in the Japanese he's romanized with a J, with just a J. Like Bonkre is spelt with a Bonku instead of the Bonclay, which we get in the English version. So this is keeping track of the romanizations as they appear in Japan, and the variations in which you have in the West, and which ones I would probably go for when it comes to romanizations.
Okay, here we go. Now we're getting into the meat of things. So, I think I know the answer to this. Your team has been fairly consistent. Do you consider Fanscans to be immoral?
Immoral? No. I don't think there's any, exploitation or, cruelty involved. I don't think we
talked about
hurting.
How kind of it touches on a human aspect that maybe in the ideal it would be great if people were patient and waited, but they don't. So it plays to that. I mean, it is a bit of a black market, pirate operation.
My answer would be immoral is a very broad term. There's a scale to it. Are we exploiting anyone? Are we hurting anyone? Financially, does this hurt Oda?
Yeah, that's kind of my follow-up.
I don't really think so.
Oda
but
and
financially, does it hurt Viz?
Yeah.
Maybe it does hurt Viz. But then again, maybe it makes fans who right now can't afford it, but one day will splurge and buy all the volumes. I came into the series through fan subtitles and fanlations myself, and now I own every volume. So when we're talking about morality, I think there are a combination of things. I personally think it can be moral to work on fan projects like this, provided that first and foremost you encourage people to read the official release, which I think our group has been pretty good about doing. As we constantly tweet about it, we put a note to every single week for people to check out the official release. And I think most of our members support the official release in some way, shape, or form. I think as long as we're encouraging people to support the official release when they can, I don't think it's immoral for us to exist because, frankly, there will always be scanlations whether we exist or not. And I think we have a role to play in terms of making sure that the series isn't misrepresented by people who are just looking to do scanlations and stuff for clout and don't care about the accuracy or the quality of the discussion around One Piece, and just care about, getting clicks and getting attention. So I think our existence is a lesser evil. So I wouldn't say it's moral, but I wouldn't say it's amoral, because we get people into the series, we encourage people to read the official release, we provide an option for people who may not be able to access the official release, and we're also an alternative for people who enjoy the official release but might not be a fan of all their terms or their wording and want an alternate take, because sometimes it's fun to see multiple dubs of a show you like, multiple translations, multiple etc. etc. Like,
Sure.
I'm into emulation, and sometimes I'll emulate a game which I own, and I'll use a translation patch which is more accurate or slightly different. It really depends on whether or not the scan group is profiting, because I think if they are, that's amoral. Whether or not they're discouraging people from seeing the official release, we try our best not to. Of course, some people won't bother with the official release, but we do encourage people to. And there's frankly always going to be a market for this, so they might as well be good and free, and they might as well exist for people who can't afford or can't access the official release. So
Sure.
that's my position at the moment.
So
I would say it's a moral gray area.
Okay,
But,
okay.
yeah.
To play devil's advocate for a moment, I mean, what one could certainly advocate for it in theory, but hey, just to play a very strong devil's advocate, someone would say, oh, that Teal, he's just a clout chaser, and really, he just likes to, steal the thunder from the official, and sure, maybe he doesn't make any money off of it, but he likes that power. He likes that feeling of everyone loving him, even though he's cruelly stealing attention from the official release. And to put that aside, to put that on a sort of an end question, let's say that the day came where Shonen Jump said, guys, due to a number of factors, basically summarizing in like, we're just not getting enough attention, we're not getting enough people subscribing, like we are going to shut down our service unless things turn around. Again, this is a very particular situation. In that situation, would you continue to do the scans if you sort of knew it was impact and the thing was going to stop if you continued what you were doing? Would you continue to do it anyway?
I mean, that's a very extreme
It's
situation.
an extreme hyperbolic situation, I know, but
well, to first answer the first point.
yeah.
I think one of the questions you sent to me before is it a thankless job? And
Yes, right.
to a certain extent, it definitely is, at least for scanlations. Mostly because who cares about the scanlators? Like, you just care about the series.
Amen.
So, like, all you care about is the series is being accurately translated. And sure, sometimes you might recognize, oh, I've seen that name before, but, like, like, who's going to be able to, like, talk to this person and give them praise and attention? Like, no one really, like, realistically. So, if any satisfaction exists, it's like just purely internal.
Yeah.
Like, no one's throwing a parade for a scan later. So if I were called this like cloud chaser, I would say like you're kind of anonymous when you're doing this work. So I don't think that factors into it too much. When it comes to the second half of that, of course, like we love One Piece. We don't want to sink. Like, we love One Piece. We love whatever the other shows they do. My Hero Academia, Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't know what else they're doing. I only work on One Piece with this group. So yeah, there's no way I would advocate for something that hurts the official release to that extent. I don't think
Sure,
that's
of course.
I don't think that's healthy for the community. I think there are many series that survive without a Western release officially, right? Like,
They
we're
did
just talking
for
about
how many decades were they,
Yes.
surviving? Yeah.
we are talking about an adaptation that is ultimately for the Western audience, and we're not talking about like, us syncing the original product in Japan.
Right.
And obviously either would be a really big loss for the community. So
Yeah.
the official translation, it might not be ideal in every way which I want it to be, but I would always put it as a priority to support, because having an official translation out there is just so good for getting people's eyes on it, especially when it comes to the anime. When you have One Piece on Netflix and stuff like that, that's huge for getting people into it.
Mm-hmm.
And the bigger the community is, the better, as far as I'm concerned, because One Piece is a really special story that I think everyone should experience. For me personally, it's just its imagination, its characters, all that. Like, I came home as a depressed teen, I put it on, and you just escape to this world of endless adventure. I want to make sure that as many people as possible have some form of accessing it in a way that is accurate and is enjoyable and high quality, so that they can love it as much as I do. So yeah, I wouldn't jeopardize the official release for anything.
Obviously, I that wasn't my actual position.
I confess, okay?
Yeah, okay,
I want,
good.
I want Viz to
Finally.
be destroyed.
You
I
hate
hate
them.
them. I hate
You
them.
hate One Piece. Okay, glad we could
Yeah.
all confirm that. I'm just gonna go back because I actually wanted to follow up on something before I kind of forgot to ask, which was just on the subject of immorality. I wanted to just pin down. I had mentioned before. I wanted to ask, knowing that there are those websites that exist that do take your scans and host them, and they make a profit off of. Does that play into your degree of like how immoral it is, knowing that like they're stealing your work? That's true, but your work is, pirated content itself. Do you feel any moral compunction about sort of helping them do that stuff?
No, because they will and have and will always rip off whoever is doing the scanlations, regardless of its quality, and try and profit off it. And sites like Mangasea, as soon as they go up, they will actually update to the Viz version, and some of them do that. They will host the official version. So regardless of what we do, there'll be shady sites like this, which are hosted in like Russia or countries where DMCA can't touch them, and I don't think there's much we can do to help it, because they're gonna do it regardless. When it comes to translation philosophy and like stuff which I do, something which I introduced to the group, and I think this might have been part of the reason why I got more, you said, why do people trust me and stuff? I think a big part of it is because like I lay down like a lot of rules and stuff for adaptations that should like how they should be. And here is the prime example, the thing which I did on day one when I came into this scan nation, and it's something which I basically developed while working on other stuff, and I've been using it for every single thing I've worked on since. Basically, it's a list of rules of thumb when it comes to adaptation. So you can see here, rule 0. American English should be favored. All terms should basically conform to English rules when it comes to capitalizations and grammar, etc., etc. Character names and unique object names like sword shouldn't be translated. So, like, you shouldn't translate Kitetsu, for example. Certain stuff, like, you always have to translate from Mugiwara no, like, the pirates. You want to translate to the Straw Hat Pirates. Like, group names, event names, nicknames like Zoro, you don't want like their like names to not be translated. You want it to be like, oh, he's Mosshead, stuff like that. It has to be intuitive to the audience, as if they were reading it in Japanese, stuff like that. I don't really have a name for it, but yeah, translation standards, rules of thumb that I follow when I'm working through a series. Yeah.
Let's go back to one little question. Again, we actually kind of just talked on this, but I did want to get your thoughts specifically on the strengths and weaknesses of fan translations versus official ones. We talked a little bit about how, again, you guys have a little bit more flexibility. You're not sort of bound by sort of editorial changes set at like the corporate level, like the Zolo, commitment that they've got going on, or things like that. you guys have more flexibility. You can come out earlier, not bound to like a weekly release. I mean, you actually are to your own particular release, but you've made your own schedule and whatnot. Anything else that you want to mention?
Right,
one
and
versus
like
the other?
if I were to like go back and scanlate old stuff, like
Yeah.
I would have the benefit of doing it 20 years later.
Sure.
So like I know stuff, and like we talked before about being attached to certain terms, and I'm always thinking about future-proofing the series, making sure everything's internally consistent. So I think that's a huge advantage of scanlations. If someone were to scanlate now, they can have consistent terms from like the very beginning. You can go back and you can make sure that the very first time hockey appears in Viz, I'm pretty sure they translated it out to willpower.
Yeah.
If not Viz, then Funimation did it. We have the privilege of being able to correct things in retrospect. Like, I think one of the biggest examples I can point out is in Zo, Nekomamushi and Inuarashi flat out say, "Oh, it's only been a few months, and Momonosuke is doing a lot better now." Like when talking about Odin's death, when we know it hasn't been a few months, it's been 20 years.
Right.
And the Japanese is a bit more ambiguous than that, where like it should probably be like, I don't know, he's only had a few months to process it.
Right, because
it's
him,
relative
that's
to
correct.
Momonosuke. Yes.
Yeah.
Whereas with Viz, they end up stating it definitively, and there's a lot of stuff where like, like when Kaido lifted the island and moved it to Onigashima and stuff, like there are certain things which come back and bite you when you're going through this, and we have the privilege to not have as much scrutiny when it comes to that. We can go back and change it without having to worry about reprints and stuff like that. The official release has a huge advantage in terms of the quality of their image, as they get the actual scans sent straight from Japan, without sound effects and stuff like that, so they can just... They have it without sound effects later, but for initial release, they have a much cleaner quality scan that's, the official scan of it. It's not just, a scan from the magazine.
Right.
They also have an extra week to work on it. So the official has a lot of advantages, and we have the advantage of just being flexible and stuff like that.
Oh, let me ask you this. So, stemming off the thankless job idea, which again you do say it kind of is sort of, but also you and the rest of the team talked about how you do like when there's a community that is just happy to have it and you get satisfaction from that. So that's great. But I'm sure that you get criticisms to some degree. I mean, I happen to know that there are people out there who really don't like releases that aren't the official release, and I mean they have like moral issues with it. They say that it's bad, XYZ. I mean, again, they would much rather solely promote the official release. What do you make of those people's criticisms? Do you have any difference of opinion of them? Any message to those who feel that way?
No, I've got nothing against people who only read the official release. People who can avoid spoilers and just prefer the official release, by all means, absolutely. That's 100% fine with me. The other part, which you were talking about earlier, like, we get criticism that might not be the fairest sometimes, just because, like, it's easy to rag on sources you don't know. So, like, it's easy to assume, oh, they screwed up, or, oh, they didn't get this right or that right. And for the most part, it's people who aren't super familiar with Japanese, like, looking at the rural pages and being like, oh, they didn't word it exactly how it would be if you Google translated it.
Right.
I think those criticisms, which we don't get too often, those are unfair, but I don't think there's any pleasing those people, because when Viz comes out, they they crap on them too, so...
They clearly need to just do it themselves. They need to learn Japanese.
Right, so people like that, we can only do our best and hope that they understand that we don't have all the time in the world, but by and large, our translation is going to be more accurate than what they can do with a basic like translation tool.
A lot of those little details make a big difference for a series like One Piece. I mean, again, one of the reasons that I reached out to you guys in general was about one translation bit we're going to get to, and it's one extremely nuanced, small difference or implications of what's being said can stem wild different theories and have massive implications for like the nature of powers that characters have, the treasure, One Piece, the nature of the world government, if you just read one sentence. And because people have been trained, not wrongly so, to look for little sentences and little moments where Oda would confirm something here or there, it tends to get people spiraling into theories. Sometimes for good, sometimes it's fun, but other times it really wasn't the intention and is kind of wasting their time and is spreading things that, and I'm a big disliker of that, so I resist that as much as I can.
I'll bring up an example. A few weeks ago, there was a chapter where a character was like, "There's an incident, come quick," and I think we translated it to like, "Something's happened, we need to go," or something like that. I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
Like, the exact wording doesn't matter, but the point is, we didn't use the word incident because it's one of the most common, janky Japanese phrases you use all the time for something surprising. And you don't need to say that in English. It's not natural. But people see incident sometimes and they theory craft, and it's like, ooh, incident. Are they talking about God Valley? Or are they talking about this? Did it happen in this order or that order? And there was a lot of people really picking apart the raw Japanese. And anyone who actually like had experience with that could tell you, oh no, it's perfectly fine to like just imply that the character is shocked and something went down and they need to go. But for fans who are theory crafting obsessively, those are the kind of criticisms which we get, where we're very conscious of it and we try our best with it, but ultimately we can't leave things that would cause confusion or make the series harder to read for the average person.
Sure.
So we try and clarify and make sure every single thing is accurately represented, but there is a certain level of interpretation when going from one language to another.
Of course.
That we have to account for. And many a times there are phrases and stuff, like you said, that if handled even slightly wrong has a massive implication for people. So those are the kinds of things which we try our hardest for and try and make sure are clear for people. If things are ambiguous in Japanese, we will make sure that they are as ambiguous in English, because we don't want to color the way it should be read to confirm or deny any theories or anything. We just want to present a more neutral version, one that doesn't like skew how people are going to read it and have people run away with their theories and their speculations, when in Japanese it's just not as clear as you might think if you're just looking at a sentence without context or a sentence that hasn't been translated properly.
I would love it if every kind of theorist who does this, I'm not saying there's a ton of them, but some people do this. They'll take a sentence, they'll assume, or they'll just a little bit read into it beyond what might have been intended. But honestly, in English, you kind of can't tell. If you're relying totally on translations, you're just not going to know all the time. I would love it if every one of those people had a translator with them to check the Japanese every time, so that we can prevent... I'm not saying... And sometimes it's totally appropriate to speculate and is the right thing to do, but sometimes it's not. And that's when things get a little frustrating for me. But anyway, that's an editorial point. Let's go to the next question here, which is just... if anything, what would you want the official releases to do differently? And if the answer is nothing, then that's fair enough.
No, there's some things. I've said before I would want them to reprint to eliminate a lot of these ridiculous changes, like Neptunes and
what
the
was the
Kami.
Neptunes in reference to again?
Oh, where they renamed all Sea Kings to Neptunes.
Ah, that's right, yeah.
Rogue Town, it's undeniably Logue Town. It's prologue,
true.
Epilogue.
Unfortunately, it is Logue Town.
There are millions of terms like that. Load, Arabasta. There are names of characters like Gonful, and certain things which I kind of just out of preference, like Shipwright over Ship's Carpenter.
I would love it if maybe once One Piece is done, it might be a good time for them to do this, to go back and do sort of a second edition,
so that they can correct big mistakes. Like, there's this funny thing that happened in Chapter 1 where they accidentally referred to a devil fruit as the Gomu Gomu no Mi, when now we know that was never intended. It was supposed to be this other thing. I'm not going to go into it right now, but we can fix mistakes like that. It'll be much better on... that's the sort of thing I fear them doing too much of
probably,
that stuff.
I'm pretty sure that's accurate, by the way, the way they call it the rubber fruits in Chapter 1. Because that's its alternate name.
I mean, true.
Because that, yeah, so so I wouldn't call that one out specifically, but there are many minor things which, with the benefit
I would say
of
the
hindsight,
laugh-tail, raft-tail clarification, that's a big moment that I mean, you heard me. I don't want that ambiguity overly clarified because I think it diminishes the experience for the reader. So I would just tread carefully if they do something like that. As long as they do that, though, again, there are a lot of mistakes that would be great if they could fix. Yeah.
It's things which fans are probably going to do if they don't.
Yeah,
I know I've got interest in going back to earlier stuff and maybe using the Viz translation as a basis to like just fix up like that pirate talk and these terms. And the other big thing is the color manga. I wish that they released the color manga. I do not understand why that's been Japanese exclusive for so long. I wish that they would include stuff like the Usopp Pirate Gallery feature at the end of the volumes, or the dust jackets and stuff like that. Like I wish that they matched Japan in terms of paper quality, stuff like that. Like that's big for me. There's stuff which just are out of their hands. Like, they could theoretically release a week earlier than us if they wanted. But they can't because they can't break street date in Japan. Japan should probably abandon this dated idea where they're going to ship out the magazines nationwide, pray that no one breaks street date.
Which always does happen, yeah.
Yes, and no one like leaks any images online early, then wait 3-4 days until they eventually like have the official release date in stores, and that's when Viz are allowed to publish their version. Like, nah, they should make a digital Shonen Jump first and foremost, in my opinion, and they can still have their physical magazine available. We need to bear in mind that One Piece and these series are not made for us primarily.
Right.
They're made to sell magazines to people going to Japanese supermarkets and kids pulling them out, and at least for the initial release, buying these cheap 500 yen like things and reading them, then recycling the paper and maybe buying the volume later on. Like, that's what Jump cares about. They want people to buy their magazine, and that's kind of frustrating for a Western fan who can like think, gee, they could avoid so much piracy and so much issue if they were just to go digital and to not worry about whether or not Street Day was broken, or like, you know, worry whether or not the physical paper version is the first version that's available to the public. So in terms of Viz, better quality paper, including all the features from the volumes in the actual thing. Going back and fixing past mistakes and terms and stuff. This is ideal world thing. Like, I know it's hard to like, you know, reprint all that, but you know, the ideal world they would. Yeah, for the most part, that's it. Like, I've said that like I would keep certain honorifics and I would do like certain things differently. Terms which they translate, I wouldn't. Like Nekomamushi and Inuarashi, I wouldn't translate to Cat Viper and Dogstorm because I see them as names. So certain like minor philosophical differences like that, I would probably tweak. I think maybe the dialogue can be a little bit too cute at times in Viz, where they're trying to be very clever with their puns, and oftentimes that's like, wow, I wish I thought of that, that's amazing. And other times I'm like, that's a little distracting. Like, I wish they didn't get away from their editor that much to that degree. But for the most part, like, I think it's cute that Doflamingo has the Spider-Man thwip sound effect when he does his strings.
It's
like, that kind of stuff is nice. So, yeah, it is a balancing act. But for the most part, I think the official release is doing a great job. And for the most part, it's great.
Going back to a question I actually skipped was, how long do you see yourself continuing to do it? Because you even seem like you have interest in doing like old stuff, even if One Piece were to end, which, you know, there's theories 3, 5, maybe more years or something.
What's your
that's
timeline?
another reason against the Cloud Chaser label, right? So, I've been working on One Piece fan stuff for going on 10 years. I don't see myself stopping unless like that passion suddenly burns out. So
Sure.
yeah, I think I'm going to continue into the feasible future, just so long as it's fun and I'm passionate about One Piece.
I think there's other people who've said otherwise. They generally have like a lifestyle change. Maybe they're like in college and they're going to graduate, and they just don't know. So that, yeah, I mean, I
Right.
can see why
So
that
like
would make a
I
difference.
started One Piece fan stuff when I was in high school, and
Mm-hmm.
now I'm graduated and
Right.
stuff like that. So like,
So
I've
you've
gone
got
through
the time.
multiple life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've gone through multiple life changes. I've
Mm-hmm.
gone like I've been doing this stuff when I was super busy and when I've had nothing.
Mm.
I think I'll find some kind of way to like fit in some kind of fan expression into my life. If not via translations or editing or stuff, it'll be via like YouTube or writing an essay on Reddit or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, well, let's move right along. So the next subject is sort of the specific genesis point of me wanting to talk to all you guys, and you as the editor who's doing the chapter notes are just the man I want to hear from on it, which is about what I'm like the two-piece conspiracy I'm calling it, which is just this idea that propagated this fan theory that appeared out of chapter 1040 when Big Mom had that one sentence that was about does this country hold like part of it. It was translated by Viz after a sort of monologue she was having internally about One Piece itself. And so your scans were far more interested in preserving the ambiguity of that translation, and you had your big chapter note to explain sort of why you translated it that way at the end that it sounds like you wrote. I know that the whole team weighed in and kind of gave their thoughts on this subject. People have confirmed.
Yeah, the way the translation notes work is if something interesting crops up, the translator will note it for me. They'll sometimes link me to the wiki or some website they found, and then I will do as much research as feasibly possible on it to write a translation note. So when Aramaki showed up a few chapters ago, like I did a big like in-depth breakdown on his tattoo and the movie, which inspired his look and etc etc. So when it comes to this, what happens is I speak with the translators, get their feelings on it, and there's a feeling that we need to clarify this to our audience. We'll then have a translation note, and usually I'll write them and we'll just put them on one of these generic pages. Specifically on this, what was your question?
I wanted to hear your thought process on this translation specifically. So the Viz translation has frankly a bunch of different sort of ideas going in behind it. It sort of seems to imply it's like in a flashback sequence, which is not implied in my study of the Japanese. She's just having an internal monologue, wondering about where Roger left the treasure or whatnot.
Yeah, she's having a conversation to Roger and lamenting the situation Roger put them in. When it comes to specifically this section which you're talking about, I feel like the context in the Japanese really makes it very ambiguous as to what she's talking about here, because she is frustrated about the answers. Why didn't you give us information about the One Piece before you died? Was the sentence just literally the paragraph before. She says, is some of it in this country too? The way Japanese works is sometimes sentences don't follow directly off of each other. It's very feasible that she is talking about the information in this line here.
And I've studied this line in Japanese quite thoroughly here, and she specifically says like it's something like kono kuni mo arun daro. The mo being like, is it also here? So again, also or part of it being here, more ambiguity kind of being inserted into the situation as well.
Yes. So when you translate these into English, you run the risk of making it more direct than it should be taken. The reason why I chose to go with what I went with was, to be honest, to basically cover all my bases, because I feel like what the Japanese does is it leaves it ambiguous to the point where you can think, oh, there is something super significant to the One Piece, maybe even an element of it on Wano. But you can also take it as, oh, she's just frustrated about the lack of information, and she was hoping that Wano would be the piece of the puzzle that she needed. It's very evident from the lines just before that Big Mom doesn't even know if One Piece exists.
Right. For the people with this theory, she specifically says, "What is it? Where is
Yes.
it?" She does not know what One Piece is, and yet the implication, that the Viz sort of implies, is that, but she knows that part of it is in Wano, which is
right.
strange.
So a lot of these speeches Oda does, and in general, like in a lot of Japanese writing, it's very like stream of conscious. Like we are seeing her like work through what is it? It's so frustrating. If only I knew. Like, you know, some of these lines are meant to be standalone, and some of them flow into each other very naturally. For this specific one here, this is my personal take when it comes to the One Piece, and like, should I speculate here?
Feel free, yeah, please.
I think One Piece is most likely to be obviously information about Joy Boy, his life story, and probably some like thrown about treasure.
Yeah.
But One Piece at the end of the day is probably an idea. I'm a big believer in the theory that it is the One Piece in Japanese is written in two different ways that can be read as one sea at peace, or the treasure which binds men together, depending on how you read the writing. I think it's actually both. I'm a big believer in the theory that the One Piece is an idea to recreate the All Blue, to create an ocean which people can move about freely in. Because at the moment, the world government, they constrict both information and who can travel where. We don't really think about it often, but Noland needed permission to go to the Grand Line. The Reverie Kings need permission to go to the Grand Line. People who don't have marine boats can't sail over the Calm Belt or cross. If you don't have a Germisnail, you can't go over the Red Line, etc. For the most part, people are locked to where they are. So I'm a huge believer in, by the end of the series, the Grand Line isn't going to be around. I think the ultimate goal of the One Piece, the treasure, is to lead Joy Boy's successor to the story and make them use Pluton to destroy the Red Line, and to use Poseidon to clear the Calm Belt, and also the Wind Fruit. Dragons are revolutionary. You'll just have people storm the Red Line.
Of course.
Why not? You can make the winds blow there.
And
again.
maybe Uranus will be in there somewhere too, somehow.
Yeah, my idea about Uranus is that it's probably, I'm using the Greek pronunciation.
Sure.
Is probably that it's got something to do with the devil fruits. Like maybe it can control weak-minded devil fruit users, or like kill them, or take away their powers, or something crazy. Like, I feel like some added consequence to this deal with the devil kind of evil fruit would be really sick. And I think that could probably tie together if by the end of the series, all of these things that make the Grand Line, the Red Line, the Calm Belt, the devil fruits, they're just gone by the end. So I feel like the One Piece is the All Blue. It is the one sea that's free and has like a bright new like future, you know, romance dawn, etc., etc. So I don't think it's inaccurate to say part of One Piece, like part of the like
if Pluton, like, for example, is part of that plan,
I would
then
say
sort
Pluton,
of it makes
yes,
sense?
it's part of the plan,
Yeah.
but that's in my head, right? So it's part of the plan, it's part of the Pluton will help realize the idea of One Piece.
Yeah.
That's what I think of. But in context, when I'm writing this, I cannot imply that.
Also,
because
it's called
that's not in the
One
Japanese.
Piece. Also, it would. I mean,
Exactly, it's in One Piece, right?
it would be very. I mean, again, it sort of is a philosophical question. Like let's say that your
Right.
theory is correct, which I sort of agree with it too. I think that's very likely to be how things sort of go. And I think I have a little pet theory. I mean, this is a common one, that the planet itself, which has not been named, the planet will be called One Piece at the end of the series. Who knows? Just a theory.
That'd be neat.
Yeah,
Could you
you know,
imagine
be
it's
cute.
called like congratulations, Luffy, you have saved the planet Mars.
Yeah.
And then we get like a zoom out and it's like next to Earth
Whoa,
or
yeah.
something. So even though like my personal thing, like feelings is, yeah, sure, Pluton's very connected to the One Piece, and sure, Wano might have like something which is crucial when you need to get the One Piece.
Yeah.
But I think I can't, in good consciousness, look at a sentence that is quite ambiguous and 100% confirm it and push it over the line and say this is how it should be read.
Right.
So what I did with the wording is, I hope, have it be her frustration about answers, but leave the door open for, yes, there is more to that there. Like, she clearly from the text doesn't know what the One Piece is.
Right.
But I'm leaving it open to be like, it's a significant piece of the puzzle. That's how I want to say it.
Yeah.
So whether that piece is information or a tool that can be used later on, or in fact two-piece or whatever we're calling it.
Yeah.
I wanted to leave the door open for all of those and not be concrete. And so that's generally my thinking. And maybe later on when we get more context, or if I were to look at this again, I would do it differently.
Mm-hmm.
But at the moment, I think it's wise not to lock yourself in, because a lot of the time Oda says one thing and then like a few chapters later it can be very surprising that, oh, it's meant to be literal, or oh, it's meant to be not literal at all. And I don't think you want to marry yourself too much to subjective interpretations.
I agree. And even if One Piece ends with your theory, let's say Pluton itself is used, destroys the Red Line, something like that.
Yes, and they say like definitively it's part of the One Piece.
If they say that, fine. I think that it would be, it would be an overstatement, even in that case, to say, yes, part of One Piece was Pluton, which was this weapon that we know now is in Wano.
Exactly.
That's an overstatement of that. Like One Piece is going to be Joy Boy's message and some treasure there, and like an instruction manual. I mean, again, if that theory is true, and then they will then use other pieces that are part of this plan that to do XYZ. And to say that it's like, part of One Piece, I think is silly. If that true.
People do, like, Japanese is a language very prone to like exaggerated super statements.
Yeah,
so you're like, is this really like that? Like, you know, they will say things very literally, where it might just, you know, it might be an overstatement in English. Mm-hmm. But there's no way we can know for certain until like we know.
And so. we'll know when the series ends. I mean,
exactly.
It might be somewhat open to debate, I suppose, but we'll know what Oda was trying to show. So I mean, with that's pretty much the end of my questions. Is there actually? You know what? There is one more, which was just CDR Calm said I should ask you about the editorial policy on swears. Because apparently there was a big debate when you first joined about whether swears were good practice or not. And I think you were kind of a champion of getting rid of, like, sort of all swears, not just, like, leaving some for emphatic punctuation, I suppose. Want to share any thoughts on your I guess, general
Japanese
dislike of swears?
Japanese relative to English has, they have a lot fewer go-to swears, right?
Yeah.
And the intensity of their use often informs what you translate it out to, right? Mm-hmm. So like, do you translate it out to like bastard or asshole, or like do you like what do you want to like, how emphatic do you want to make it? And part of that is with the character. Like certain characters I will have use bastard, right? Mm-hmm. Whereas other characters I don't think they would use that. Mm-hmm. So part of that is to do with characterization, whether it's damn it or god damn it, or like, you know, what Viz does normally, which is curses and all that. Like, I feel One Piece is, regardless of how many of us who are in our 20s love the series, it will always be aimed at the demographic of boys who are around 13. And to this end, I think it is best practice to localize it with that demographic in mind. So I will treat it like it's a PG-13. So I do use curses, like, but I use them sparingly. You won't go full manga
stream on us, though.
Yes, I use them sparingly. I don't have like Luffy saying, "Oh, pudding, you effing like." Like, did you remember
marine
that? Like,
pieces of shit.
Yes. Give me 1 second while I find this Luffy thing.
Sure.
It's just so out of character for Luffy to be doing this, right?
Yeah. That fucking bitch. This is incredible.
Right.
Wait, who's he is he
So-
referring to Reiju here? Who's he talking?
No,
Pudding.
Pudding.
Pudding. Right. Yeah.
So,
Classic manga stream watermark right there. What a beauty.
Yes. So this kind of thing is, in my opinion, out of character for Luffy, and it's something where it's up to interpretation. But at the end of the day, the demographic in Japan is around 13, so we should be localizing it to language that is appropriate for people who are around that age for us. And sometimes that means swearing. Like, I do use certain swear words occasionally, but I do avoid the S word and the F word most of the time, just because they're just inappropriate for a
For the
lot of the
demographic you're
like,
trying to reach.
yeah. So like
yeah.
when you're like saying stuff like hell and damn and stuff like that is a lot more shonen, in my opinion. Like, I've worked on seinen series and I swear like a sailor in those.
Sure.
But for something like One Piece, what people have to understand is, well, it's super popular with us who are in our 20s and stuff online and stuff like that, and it will always have a massive audience of people who grew up with it and are in their 40s or whatever now. At the end of the day, it's always going to be published for its target audience. So I just think, it smatters of amateur, amateur fanlations if you just put in a bunch of swear words to make things feel more mature, quote unquote. Some people just don't want to admit they like cartoons and comics. They just
it's hard to keep that perspective
they want to classify
in mind.
it differently.
Now that I'm an old weirdo who still likes children's cartoons and whatnot, it's I'm past needing it to be edgy specifically. Now I just want it to be good. That's all I want.
Right. So I think a lot of people, like, once they've grown out of like that teenage phase, they see more where I'm coming from. So, and I think that's why the official versions do that too.
Well, we're at the end of our questions. The only other thing I want to ask is there anything else that you want to clarify? Maybe people wondering about your job or what you guys do at TCB or any other matter.
I think we've covered basically everything. At the end of the day, we always try our best with the limited time we have, and I'm very proud of our team because we're putting out a product that hopefully can allow a lot of people who couldn't enjoy the series because of rougher scanlations or just lack of access to the official release, or just because they can't afford it, or they are unable to get past certain term decisions which Viz are saddled with, or just people who just want an alternative. I'm very proud that we're able to provide a fairly high quality version of that, and we're always looking to improve and stay humble and correct when we make mistakes, and we stand by a lot of our differences from Viz, simply because those are more subjective interpretations. But ultimately we appreciate all of the support we get, and we try and continue to hone our craft and our presentation, improve our general like scan quality in terms of the image when it comes to cleaning it, improve just with experience and stuff like that to make deeper ties with the community, allying with like different scans from like the Arab scans and colorists and stuff to promote their work and create a discussion and a community to hype up the series. At the end of the day, we will still continue to strive to provide high quality scans for people who are looking for an alternative, but encourage everyone who can to support the official release and help One Piece grow as a community. And we just hope that any criticism we get, we will be able to rise to and discuss amicably. And for some people, they won't be satisfied, and if that's the case, by all means,
read someone else's shit.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say that, but like,
in so many words.
Yes, by all means, you don't have to read our version. We just exist to try and help people who are unable to avoid spoilers, and if they've got to exist, they might as well be as good as we can make it, and we're going to continue to try and do that and just have fun with One Piece while it lasts.
because we're getting close to the end. Hey, I have one last question, which is just off of what you were saying before. Is there such a thing as too much hype? Or maybe more to the point, can hype be weaponized for evil? For not ideal purposes? I'm a big guy who thinks that sometimes people get carried away with hype and willfully believe things even without a great foundation because it generates hype. So any thoughts on that?
Before that, look at this. This is another this is another thing which you might want to cite when it comes to these swears.
Now that's a real subtitling group, whoever did these.
When it comes to hype and abuse of hype, I feel like YouTubers abuse this a lot. I've made YouTube videos myself. They weren't very successful because I wasn't always like, best chapter ever, oh my god! And I wasn't like, this changes everything, like thumbnail clickbaits. And also, I didn't know what I was doing back then. And people who have their pet theories, who are adamant about this, people who are like...
Teal, the raid is going to fail, all right? The raid, you know what? Green Bull's raid just failed, so technically a raid did fail. So, fact check true.
Goodness. Some of that is obviously just writing off the memes. Some people
people overthink things, I think.
Yes, and people meme each other, and they go to war for their characters. Is Carrot going to join? Are these characters going to be shipped together? Are admirals, Yonko level, etc.
Right. Green Bull is
and
no Yonko
to me,
level.
these are not the kinds of things which I'm personally interested in when it comes to One Piece. Honestly, I think the action is probably the weakest factor when it comes to all of the world building and the writing.
Yeah, adventure piece. That's the good
exactly.
stuff.
So just stuff like that is the kind of stuff which I want to analyze and talk about and theory craft on. And it is frustrating to see people get bogged down into the weeds of, okay, let's power scale, or okay, let's let's just monetize this very minute part and stretch this video length out to make sure that people won't believe this unbelievable game-changing part. It's just kind of like BS. So that's the kind of thing where I think hype can be taken too far. The other thing is, I think One Piece fans can be a little bit too defensive when it comes to shielding
criticism, perhaps.
Yes, especially when it comes to I'm not happy about Oda when he fake out deaths. I love when he kills a character off. The thing is, he tries to have it both ways, where he has the drama of a character dying, and
it's his worst habit, I think.
Yes. So for example, Pound in Whole Cake Island, he kills him off.
Pound,
and then he's fine in a cover story. Death. Yes, the will of P, and
that's right.
There are very few people in this world who are bigger One Piece fans than me. But it is a problem when I say something like that, and people will go to bat as if I just called One Piece One Piss or something. And I love the series, and that's why I'm critiquing it.
Because the people, how can you, seeing Oda pull stuff like that, seriously look them in the eye and say there's no chance that Virgo or Monet are alive? You can't say that. Oda could bring them back next chapter. How would we ever really know? We're never gonna know.
Even Pedro, right?
Right.
Dear God.
Every chapter.
Yes. And
so he hurts his own credibility like that. So we, as fans, we want him to have ironclad credibility by not doing some cheap stuff like that.
And when there's certain things that go nowhere, like Marco, Nekomamushi, I have a message for you.
Right.
Tell Luffy this. And it's oh, look at that, we arrived at the same time. Yep. Who cares about this message? Oda clearly course correct.
Yes, he does, of course.
He plans a lot of stuff out in advance, and it's super admirable. But some things don't quite go to plan, and I think that's fascinating. I think it's so cool to look at Oda's notes and look at ideas he's abandoned, or things that didn't quite shake out perfectly, or things that could have been tightened up, especially in arcs like Dressrosa and stuff. Where it's maybe it's a bit too similar to Arabasta and stuff like that. Those are the kind of criticisms which I think are healthy, and I think the community should drop their hype levels a bit to allow those kinds of discussions. Say what you will about Naruto, right? But fans are willing to trash Kishimoto over nothing, right? Yeah. So it's a lot easier to get into in-depth discussions about, oh man, this had so much potential, this one idea or this one character, if only Kishi did blah 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 blah. But if you say if only Oda did blah 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 blah, it'll be like no,
he
have
planned it all
faith in
since
Oda.
chapter 1. It was all there. You're just not
But-
reading the right signs. Yeah.
The thing is, Oda has a lot of credibility with me as well,
Mhm.
where we expect him to pay off everything, and a lot of people are like, just wait, just wait, just wait. And sure,
Just one more
wait,
decade,
but like,
one more century.
right.
It'll get paid
And
off.
sometimes
yeah.
it doesn't pay off, sometimes it pays off immaculately. But either
Still
way,
waiting on
it
that
is-
Kaido backstory any day now. We're gonna get
Yes.
a full chapter. Ooh, it's gonna be good.
Either way, it is healthy for the community to allow people to fantasy book, to like say what they wished happened and what they would tweak here and there, because otherwise you suppress them to the point where they're like trash piece and blah blah
Right,
blah blah
right.
blah, where they don't feel like they can say anything about the series and they just go
I think One
To the
Piece is
other
a
end.
victim of its own success in this way because the expectations are so high. And I mean, for me, I'm a pretty devil's advocate, like counterculture-y kind of guy. And when I see people praising things too much so, it actually just annoys me and it sours me on kind of the community aspect of it. So I much prefer when people just engage honestly with stuff. And I'm not saying everybody's lying or anything like that, but I just prefer when people are a little more open to criticism.
I mean, look, I adore One Piece to like an unhealthy degree, to the point where like I can name like so much like random trivia, and like I really want to get in Oda's head, right?
Yeah.
And part of that is to analyze the parts where he's not so good at. I'm going to be controversial for a second. I think Oda has a bit of a patchy spot when it comes to Dressrosa and how he portrays women in Dressrosa.
Mm-hmm.
And I've pointed this out before, where I feel like, okay, you've got Rebecca, the damsel in distress. You've got Manchetti, who's also a damsel in distress. You've got Viola, who's also a damsel in distress. You've got Baby Five, who becomes a prize to be won, like her hand in marriage to be won.
I know.
You've got
Based
the
as
way
hell.
they
My
dress.
man Oda.
You've got,
That's right. Regulate, Oda.
you've got Robin without a fight, etc.
Yeah.
And this kind of stuff is very concentrated in Dressrosa and in certain parts of the series, to the point where I'm like, okay, if I'm critiquing Dressrosa and I'm writing a detailed essay, or if I want to make a video about it and discuss it, I'm probably going to have to bring up this point. And whenever I feel the waters on Discord or on Reddit or wherever, and you even suggest that Oda could do better, people don't want to hear it. And the reason why is because people's minds jump straight to, oh, you're demonizing. And the fact is, no, not really, because I give Oda a lot of credit when it comes to like, oh wow, he crafts some of the most compelling characters from all walks of life, from all sexualities, from all genders, from all like thingy, and that's something which we should praise. But like, there's also aspects which you can be more critical about, and that doesn't mean you're crapping on him. It just means that you're noting that sometimes things didn't shake out as well as you would have hoped, or like, so I think like people, when it comes to sensitive topics, or when it comes to writing criticisms, they let the hype blind them from engaging in legit, good, well-meaning discussions from people who also love the series, and just love it to the point where they're willing to give it some flack sometimes.
Sure, and I don't really have much of a stake in those, I don't know, areas of subject specifically. Like, I remember when people got mad at the existence of King Tacos. I always thought that was ridiculous. There were claims that it was, it's like, okay, it's a joke character, whatever. We get that he's Mexican, whatever. But I think what pretty much everybody could agree with, and this is where I'm totally with those points, is that like for literal decades, I mean maybe one decade, I don't know, I think getting closer to two, many of us just wanted characters like Nami and Robin to get real fights with real like physical stakes. And just knowing Oda's writing style, he just does not do that typically with like the attractive female characters. And to me that was always a huge loss, because I loved some of like Nami's early fights, and Robin sort of never really got a good one until recently with Big Maria.
I mean, like, a lot of this is another criticism which I'll bring in, which is I feel like Oda is struggling to balance the cast.
Absolutely, it's so bloated, and that's why I don't love all the new characters.
Like, he has to, like, send away, like, okay, half the Straw Hats will go and star in Whole Cake Island, half will stay in Dressrosa.
And he's toying with adding Brooke, Yamato? Right? You madman, Oda! Don't open Pandora's box! I'm sorry.
Like, you think about characters like Brooke. Brooke was introduced.
Right.
Then he was slapped to, like, Timbuktu for 2 years.
Yep.
And you don't see him in the manga for 2 years. Like, in real time. I'm not talking about the 2-year time skip. I'm talking in real time from when Sabaody happened to when Return to Sabaody happens. Mm-hmm. It's legit 2 years in real life. And so Brooke doesn't have much, like, time to even get to know him. And then he does almost nothing through Dressrosa and Fishman Island.
Yep.
And then he gets a big starring role in Whole Cake Island. But by then, it's like, you know...
I mean, literally, how many real-life years did we wait for Brooke to get more spotlight? I don't know. Right. Like, he did.
And Brooke is one of my
nothing.
Favorite characters. Like, his backstory really speaks to me.
I love him too. Big sake, Laboon stuff.
Exactly. Incredible. And it's some of the best stuff Oda has done.
Absolutely.
So, like, sometimes I just, you know, oh man, I think that would have been a good opportunity to flesh Brooke out. Or, oh man, I think Oda kind of, like, shot himself in the foot by introducing so many redundant characters. Like, the Grand Fleet. Like, do we need Ideo? Do we need Orlando?
I know, right?
Like, so stuff like
these
that.
These are basically my complaints with when we added like Jinbei's Willy Won't He and then joining the crew. That it's fine now that he's here. I accept it. However,
Jinbei is one of my favorite characters. It's just like why didn't we have any consequence when he's like
right that too?
And Will He Won't We?
The Willy Won't He was totally arbitrary. It felt like it just wasted our time because he just sort of uneventfully did join the crew as the
Oda had no space for him in Wano. That's what.
Exactly true. Exactly true. It was oddly handled at times. And again, Jinbei being there. Just you know, just as an example, even if you like him, whatever, that sort of screen time that could have developed the other members of the crew, and even Jinbei himself, we could have spent more time developing him instead of focusing on all these side characters. And again, this is sort of victim of a success. As time goes on, the crew has grown, but we didn't add any new crew members for a long time. He sort of shifted to the ally adding model with Law, the Grand Fleet.
Yeah, and Law's had more, like, he's basically been a Straw Hat for 10
pretty
years.
Much. To get through the point here, though, like, it's like, you have criticisms to make, right? You have criticisms, I have criticisms, people hear me bitch about it all the time. There's been some of the recent stuff with the Nika, retcon, and whatnot. I've had criticisms to bring, but what's most important is that you engage with a series like One Piece. This is me now, again, just stating my opinion. You accept it as it is. You have criticisms where is appropriate, so that you don't find yourself in a cloud of praise where any kind of pushback, like a healthy, appropriate dislike of if there's, you know, writing missteps or things that people just don't like. I don't know. I like to think that through the grapevine, that kind of sentiment could get back and Oda could hear, oh, you know, the people didn't really love this choice. Maybe I'll just, in the future, I'll adjust this. And even if it doesn't get to Oda, people in general can learn from seeing creators get responses to writing choices. So there's a whole ecosystem of, I guess, accountability I want to promote personally.
You never want to fall into an echo chamber.
Exactly.
And the I really doubt that anything online will ever get back to Oda.
Well, we know that he gets praise and, you know, presumably criticism
especially
too.
In English. Yes, he will definitely get that, especially if people write into him.
Write to the SBS, boys and girls. He's answered English people before.
Especially people who translate to Japanese.
Exactly, yeah.
I think reactionary-wise, like, I'm pretty sure, like, a character like Senor Pink was phenomenally popular during Dressrosa's run, which is probably why Oda felt emboldened to actually include his 2-page flashback at the end of his fight. He could have done that with any character, but he did it, like, you know, with one of the more popular ones, and it made him even more popular. So feedback like that will get to him, but like I doubt any of the online stuff will get to him. But what you said about it affecting other people, I agree. Like, there are up and coming writers, not just in anime and manga, but just in general, creative people look towards criticism of their favorite series and the way their favorite series does stuff, and that helps hone their own craft. So I think that's another important reason why people should be open to it. Like, I don't think people should bash Oda the way people bash Kishimoto. Like, I don't think that's fair.
Apart.
I'm just like, there has to be something between Goda and
And
He's the
Hackta.
most trash right hack Oda.
Yeah.
Um,
Midda? No, Midda doesn't exist. He's a fiction.
the final thing about hype, which I was going to say,
Yeah.
is you do the series a massive disservice if you're constantly hyping people having to catch up to such an enormous series.
Very true.
What you should be doing is telling people, you know, it as cliche as it is, it's about the journey. Like, One Piece, in my opinion, is at its best, like, during CP9 and
Jaya.
Marineford and Skypiea. Oh
Yeah.
my god, people sleep on Skypiea so much, and it's so early. And some of my favorite moments are early on, and I think people who only hear hype about being caught up, they could be turned off when they see 1,000 episodes, 1,000,000 chapters. Like, we should be hyping people on East Blue and Arabasta and these special moments that are in the rear view window for a lot of us, but perhaps don't get as much hype as they should. We don't want people to feel the pressure of the hype of the most recent stuff from the outside, to the point where they'll go to YouTube and go to these summary YouTube channels, which are like, I'm gonna summarize One Piece in 30 minutes. Let's go. So there's this kid called Luffy, and he eats the Straw Hat Devil Fruit, and then he meets Zoro, who's kind of a cool guy with 3 swords, and then he meets Nami, and like, when you do that, you are butchering the series. And that is another way in which One Piece can be a victim of its own hype, which is why I think projects like One Piece exist, or pushes to make the manga more accessible, or just to watch guides for filler and stuff. I think those are a lot more healthy to help people get caught up, rather than these people who like make these videos summarizing and stuff like that, and encourage people to skip. So I think that's another way hype can factor into
I like to think that those could help people develop a love, an attachment to some of the narrative beats of the series and get involved. You know, I've made 1 or 2 of those myself, but
maybe like analyses, right? But like,
sure. I mean,
or like,
if
you know,
you're
like
consuming
introductions
one of those
to
as
an
a
arc or
replacement
something.
for
But
the series,
when you're at the point where you're going blow for blow with people who haven't read it in mind, I think you might be robbing them of the experience.
Indeed, you're always going to want to consume it as it was originally intended to be consumed, because that's the one that made people love it in the first place. So
yeah,
give it a listen, give it a read. All right, and with that, I think we're done. Teal, thank you for your time. Thanks for spending some time answering these questions.
I hope it was insightful.
Indeed it was. All right,
Thanks
everybody, that's Teal, editor of TCB Scans. Thanks for listening. Bye-bye. All right, hello, it's BGE, aka Nate, back again, and now we're switching up. We are talking to 2 of the staff members of the anime re-edit project known as One Piece. That's been around for quite a while now, and we're gonna get into it a little bit. So we're gonna ask them. We're gonna go around. We've got 2 of them here. We've got Feeso. Feeso, say hello.
Hello.
Familiar voice, perhaps. Who could it be?
Yeah,
I simply wonder. And Zenef is joining us. Zenef, say hi.
Zenef here.
Oh, great. Thank you. Question 1. Who are you and what do you do on the project? Feeso, take it away.
My name's Feeso. I mostly do video editing for the project, so that's the actual bare bones, taking a episode and editing it down to the product which we want, and then you receive notes and you fix it up and you try and make it basically a seamless condensed version of the series for our audience. I also help out with quality assurance in other things when asked to. I used to do subtitles and other like internal stuff, but for the most part I mostly focus on my arcs and just work from there and try and help contribute in whatever way I can.
So there isn't like a grand plan where you're starting like current episode of working back. It's like divided up into arcs or projects.
Yes, so you have to think about it like each arc is handled by its editor, and a mini team forms for each arc from the grander One Piece team. Certain people will never touch other arcs. Like, I will never edit a Arabasta episode, but I will edit a different arc and do that whole arc, etc. So I handle specific arcs. Different editors handle specific arcs, and that's the way it's organized. And we have overlapping people when it comes to quality assurance, subtitles, translators, timers for the subtitles, etc. There's a lot of moving pieces that go into it.
And Zenef, who are you, and what do you do on the project?
I go by Zenef, and I'm kind of a jack of all trades on this project. I got my fingers in a lot of different parts of the project, from video editing, subtitles, quality control, general management of the project, coordinating efforts to complete either episodes, arcs, batches, you name it.
And for some reason, I think like we might have heard this from Feeso before, so we'll just skip to you, Zenef, and ask, what's your background outside your work on One Piece, as much as you care to share? Things like occupation, if you want to share.
Sure thing. I live in the United States. I work as a civil servant. It's nothing too glamorous, but it lets me have my free time.
Fed.
I'm one of the guys that actually rolled up Feeso during one of Toei's raids on One Piece.
Shit.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we had an April Fool's gag where I got arrested, right? And to this day, if you Google One Piece, it will also come up with Feeso FBI.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so if you just Google One Piece and look at the drop down, it's there because we did an April Fool's gag where I was arrested.
Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, well, sick.
People who weren't around for the project, they know about this gag.
Yeah. How many years ago was that?
It wasn't just I was arrested, right? I was arrested and taken to Impel Down. But people still didn't realize. People didn't realize it was a joke. I
Fact
got
check
DMs over a year and a half later asking, "Hey, dude, what happened with the FBI?" Like in my Reddit DMs, like, oh my goodness, like, ridiculous.
Dude, bro, sorry to hear about you. Impel Down. Are you on level 6? Man, that's fucked up, dude. Yeah, very, very sorry to hear about that.
Messing with Toei's project,
Don't do
that
it.
puts them in level 6.
Messing with their masterpiece. That's definitely level 6 offense.
I'm in 5.5. I'm boogieing with Bon Clay right now.
Okay, well, so Zenef, how did you get involved in anime, manga, Japanese culture in general?
That's easy. You know, I loved playing Nintendo games, Sega games. I was a kid in the 90s, so loved Power Rangers. I caught Sailor Moon U.S. broadcasts and stuff. So I loved the art style. I loved the culture just from that standpoint. And it just, it blossomed from there. And here I am, like a man-child still in love with this culture and, still trying to hold fast to it if I can.
How many years have you been involved with One Piece specifically?
In the grand scheme of things, not that long. It's been since 2020. The start of the pandemic is when I got involved.
9 years.
9 years for
9 years.
Yeah.
Going on 10. So
impressive.
Basically, a few months after the project started, I cropped up.
So have you done any other editing projects or any of this kind of like translation work anywhere else? I guess Zenef, I'll ask you first.
Not like this, no.
Yeah.
We do have another side project that we're going to at one point release. It's a Naruto project, but not much is known about it. We have like a channel in our Discord for it, for questions concerning it. And I can say we are moving along in it, but the priority is pace.
You could say it's pace, but Naruto.
Pace, but for Naruto.
Right, yeah. The scope of that is very large, and it's being worked on in the background by certain volunteer members who are passionate about Naruto. Obviously, One Piece will always be our priority, and it's been interesting to see a series being worked on with all the lessons learned from early One Piece already taken on board. So hopefully it turns out really well. I've got other editing backgrounds outside of this.
Yeah, you've done like some YouTube stuff or things here and there.
Yes,
right? Yeah.
I've got a YouTube channel, which the editing on there isn't very good, but I do hope to return there one day. But in addition to YouTube stuff, I've done some movie edits. Like I've edited Godfather 1 and 2 to include the flashbacks from part 2 into part 1. To make it more accurate to the book. I've done some other fan edits for different anime, like Full Metal Alchemist. I've tried to make a streamlined transition point between the regular Fullmetal Alchemist and Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood to the point where you can get maximum content. Although obviously there's an art style clash, so it's not ideal,
Right.
but it's okay for some stuff. I've done edits for Steins Gate, Clanad, stuff which I don't usually share with other people, stuff which I like watch like myself or give to my brother and stuff like that. Superman, the Superman 2, that's got like a lot of cut content. Anything with cut content is something which I look at and I'm like, maybe that could be cool to add stuff to or remove stuff from.
So to both of you again, how did you get involved with One Piece?
I mean, mine's more recent. I already mentioned it was during the start of the pandemic, and there was a lot of teleworking. And I think that was also when the team had a lot more time on their hands to work on stuff, release stuff. And I noticed that we released a lot more often than we do now. Part of that is how we've reworked the process since I've joined. How I joined was I wanted my wife to watch One Piece, and she was interested. But she noticed the pacing was pretty craptacular. So around Fishman Island, I said, hey, I've heard of this thing called One Piece. Let's give it a shot. And it was great. I got onto the Discord server to ask questions and stuff about it. And I ended up getting involved with the community there. I saw that they were looking for people to tidy up subtitles, so I volunteered for that. And the rest is history. I came on, I started working on subtitles for Annie's Lobby, for Little Garden when they were releasing that, and I learned a lot of like do's and don'ts for subtitling, for dialogue, and there you go. And I started branching out from there as well. You know, not just the subtitles, but I got to know a lot of the people. I got to know Feeso, I got to know Galaxy, I got to know Gaijin, our translator, Pepperjack. I mentioned him. He's like our head QC guy. Yeah, just it's been pretty good and pretty rewarding.
So I think I first heard about One Piece in like a YouTube comments section at some point, but I didn't really think much of it. I believe I stumbled on it when I've always had the mind of like, oh man, I really want to fix X, Y, and Z and whatever I'm watching. I ended up Googling One Piece Kai and looking for like a version of that because that's what I always wanted. And I eventually found the One Piece site, which like, this isn't even the oldest version of it, but like that's it on the Wayback Machine, and it looks friggin' ancient. Anyway, I watched a few of their episodes, and I was happy that the project existed, but there was a couple of things which I just thought were like a little rough with the current product. So in particular, when Luffy and Usopp are making up at the end of Annie's Lobby, the edit which was up on One Piece's site at the time just had Usopp teleport from the shore to the ship off screen, whereas Toei's version actually shows Luffy grab Usopp and and the arm. Well, it was like the edit had Luffy's arm out, but we don't see Usopp zoom in to the ship. We just cut away and cut back, and he's there. And I thought that was really jarring, regardless of what the paneling of the manga shows. When you change mediums, there are certain things which you have to transition between.
Sure.
Because it's a different medium and you need to portray what happens in between panels and flesh out things for transitions and music and stuff like that. I pointed out a few examples like that, along with the Smoker Virgo fight, which was pretty rough. You can probably find my comments on the Wayback Machine on the old website. After I pointed out like 8 of those in one giant message, Sewell, who was the head editor at the time, the only editor in fact, he was like, hey, do you want to be quality checker, quality assurance guy? We don't have one at the moment, and it seems like you know your stuff and you're like really into details, whatever he said. And I was like, sure, I'll join. And they were like on like IRRC instant messaging, and I was like, okay, no, please, can we switch to Skype? And we switched to Skype, then we switched to Slack, and now we're on Discord. People have come and gone, the project's evolved so much. We had like a core group of 12, 13, and now we've got the language teams, so we've got like 60 people, and it's like we've become like a corporation, and
Yeah.
it's been a joy to see the
Ew.
project evolve. In terms of my involvement in it, I transitioned from QC to editor in 2015, so 2 years after I joined, simply because Sewell, he went MIA due to real life concerns and couldn't edit anymore, and Galaxy asked me to. Well, he didn't ask me to, but he was like, "Is the project's almost dead? We don't have an editor." And I volunteered to try and learn editing on the fly, and that led to a lot of rough edits to begin with. But I think I've refined that, and editing just became a fun kind of puzzle-solving thing, which became the lion's share of what I did with the project. From then on, working on Whole Cake Island, Wano, and other stuff like Logtown, miscellaneous, stuff like that. And yeah, editing's a lot of fun, but a lot of hard work, and that's basically how I got drawn from a curious fan who wanted to see the project do better to like working on it for 9 years and switching from QC to editor. So that's my story.
Speaking of Logtown, Feeso has another version of that he's going to push at some point of the edit of those episodes.
Well, okay, something which we'll probably address this later, but our edits are iterative. So the version of Fishman Island up right now does not reflect the quality standards we have in 2022.
Sure.
As they were edited in 2012. Right? They were edited by a bunch like us when we were teenagers and, didn't have any organization and were like screaming at each other about loyalty and stuff like that. Whereas now we're older, we're more mature, and we've got almost a decade now of experience and appreciating the craft of animation and the things that go into trying to make edits seamless, and just the technology of it as well, making sure we render things out with the best rules possible, with the best quality possible. So almost every single edit you'll see is probably going to be updated and refined until like this project ends, which who knows.
We have another version of Romance Dawn we're working on right now that has updated information boxes, like the captions for people's like introductions, just some quality of life editing, and
new languages.
New languages. We're putting Portuguese subs on it this time, and another update to the English subtitles too. Like there's some karaoke stuff we have to fix.
And there's also going to be like stuff where like One Pace also does, in addition, like we have a completely new like translation and wording and subtitle script. So as much as it is a re-editing project, it's also a completely new project in terms of the subtitles. And not only that, but some stuff which people won't ever know about or notice is stuff like we fix animation errors, and we do stuff like recoloring hair color and stuff like that to match its manga counterpart. Stuff like visual consistency stuff.
Can you give me an example of that?
Yeah, Jinbei's hair is gray in a lot of the flashbacks they do to Impel Down and Marineford and stuff. And when he's reintroduced in Whole Cake Island, it's the correct gold for the stripes of his hair from that point in the anime onwards. So whenever we flash back to Jinbei in like a Whole Cake Island episode, the Impel Down episode has its hair corrected to gold to match. Like if it's him in the cell talking to Luffy, we edit that. So
you as an editor, are you doing the actual
that's not me. No. That's visual edits like that we send to someone who specializes in Photoshop. The one who does the majority is Kaito. She's amazing at it. I've probably asked a lot of her over the years when it comes to hey, can you remove this character from frame? Or hey, would it be okay to like isolate the petals as they float across? Because I want to have a really cool transition where I have the petals float across the screen and then we're in Wano or something, like stuff like that. And so there's a lot of small visual flourishes. I'll send you footage of some of these.
Sure. So
you can overlay.
There's a lot more going on here than just cutting clips and sandwiching things together.
Another thing, like when I said animation errors, there'll be stuff where like they don't show the bottom of a character's legs, right? And so we have to move the Going Merry up to cover their legs to make sure that you don't see like thin air. Those are the kind of things, the kind of details which we try and polish. So it's not just One Piece but faster. It's also trying to make
kind of a remaster, I guess, to fix up things. Yeah,
like a semi-definitive like version that can like try and polish some of the small stuff, like just tiny
It needs
details.
to be a viewing experience all of its own, right?
Yes.
It can't rely solely on One Piece to fill in those gaps. Like, oh, like we missed something. Well, we can't edit it in One Piece, so there you go. Go to One Piece to watch it, or go to the manga to watch it. The goal is to eventually have it from start to finish be one contiguous anime
to make it
experience.
accessible to newcomers, so that if they don't want to mix and match, they could just watch One Piece and not miss anything from the manga or anything significant from the anime, and just have a experience that matches the manga in terms of its pacing and story and action, but also matches the anime in terms of its presentation and music. And the aim is to have it so that it's seamless and you don't notice the edits.
Sure.
And that is something which is definitely not the case for some of our older edits, like Fishman Island, Punk Hazard, Zoe.
The idea is, like he mentioned,
some of the stuff I worked on. Yes, so all of those will hopefully one day be redone. In the meantime, those less than perfect versions are still up for people who don't mind as much, because there's a lot of people who have written in and told us, I don't care if it's a little patchy at times.
Yeah.
Dressrosa in half the time is still Dressrosa in half the time.
That's a blessing.
But we always strive to be as seamless as possible, so one day those rougher patches will be replaced. In the meantime, people are free to mix and match with those rougher versions, our current versions, which are much higher quality, and the regular anime to make their own custom experience. But the end of the day, One Piece is meant to be a project, like a singular product, like Zenef said, that is helpful to get people into the series or rewatching the series. It's basically trying to take the Toei anime, which we all know and love, and try and make it shine as if it didn't have to deal with the drawbacks that come with being a weekly anime, as opposed to a seasonal one, where they've got constant pressure to keep from taking over the manga, where they've got to fit a 22 minutes runtime and stuff like that, where they need to have Luffy appear every episode because it's on syndicated television. You need the protagonist to appear in some degree and recaps and stuff. On the topic of visual editing, in addition to all of these animation fixes and recolorings and removing characters from scenes, we also have dipped our toes into decensoring certain elements. For example, in our upcoming re-release of Arlong Park, Kaito Yahiko, one of our team members, spent an ungodly amount of time recoloring Nami's blood when she faked stabbed Usopp. On the other hand, we also have some instances where we toned stuff down to match the manga. In particular, some fan service shots which aren't in the manga won't make it to our version of the anime. There are also some instances where we will change the lighting of a scene in order to protect a reveal from the manga if the anime makes the silhouette too recognizable. So there is some give and take there, but we're trying to match our content to the manga in terms of violence and sexualization.
The question that's following up is, how do you view One Piece's role in the community? Again, of course, the official one exists, and you're already kind of speaking to this, but you want to maybe refine that, like state the philosophy outright or anything like that?
Yeah, the One Piece's role in the community, it plays a vital role, I think. It works as both this easy point of entry for new fans of the series, but it helps older fans also rewatch the series in a streamlined fashion, right? We mentioned that we're going beyond just the One Piece but faster vision, and we're trying to be a legitimate viewing experience right alongside the official anime, so people can pick and choose which one they want to watch. Right now, they can choose to watch it with pace and then supplement the missing parts with manga or anime, but we want it to eventually be like you can either pick pace, the anime, or the manga,
or you can continue
and they can
to
still mix and match.
Yeah, if they want to.
Of course.
Just the
like
idea
add
is...
in the G8 arc in there, which is like a filler arc.
Yeah.
But there's like a choice to go and throw in your favorite filler arc or whatever.
Or your favorite movie or something into the watch order, like stuff like that. We're leaving open where, like, you know, you'll be able to slot in, so you can really like hone your One Piece experience. That's why we love the Toei anime. Like we need it in order to make what we do.
Of course. Yeah.
But obviously it's far from ideal, just because of the constraints which are put on them, and just the fact that it's like being a serialized weekly program for 2 decades plus, which comes with so many drawbacks in terms of the pacing and just the crunch when it comes to animating. And they've got so many talented people working on it, so we want to make it shine in a way that does justice to the manga and the anime and gives people viewing options and basically just allows people to experience One Piece in a new way that can polish up some stuff when it comes to the translation, the art, and just the overall viewing time and experience.
Yeah, we
That's
want it to
basically
be a
it.
legitimate viewing experience. We want
Exactly.
people to be able to, who are asking for like this One Piece Kai, is there something like that out there? This is the answer to that.
Right.
Yes, and we don't want them to go towards like the actual One Piece Kais that exist, where they're like 1 hour movies where they've like just not edited it, but just put the episodes together and then uploaded them as a movie.
Yeah.
So
For,
I
like,
want
the
I want
whole
to I want to talk
volume.
about that for a moment. So
Yes.
so One Piece Kai is a thing that exists. That is
There's
like the
multiple
title of the
versions.
project. There's multiple versions, and
Yes.
so like he mentioned, there's some that are like movie long episodes and stuff. And I don't want to discourage people from going and supporting this person in their efforts to do this. I will say that it's one person doing any one of these projects, and so it's missing the subtitling, it's missing the quality control, it's missing some
often
of those
it's-
finer details that One Piece will give when they release their work.
And it's always usually just either dub or sub, and we try and offer both, which was a breakthrough which we were able to do
Oh damn.
thanks to some people who helped us out in terms of the encoding. But now we're able to substitute in, because we edit with the Japanese in mind,
Sure.
which is a lot harder because it's stereo. You can't separate out the music. So when you edit something, you cut it, and then you have to overlay our own music on it to finish the music, or start the music before we cut into the middle of a scene, and insert our own establishing shot and etc. But that's made harder because we can't remove sound effects, we can't isolate voices or the music. We've just got to work with what's there, and we edit with the Japanese first, and the English audio for the most part until Dressrosa is all 5.1. So if we were just doing the English, we could remove the music, edit it to be manga perfect, and then add in the music afterwards. But because we want the experience to be good for Japanese and English fans, we edit with the Japanese and then switch in the English and make any adjustments we need to make sure that it is watchable in both languages. The dub
Sometimes
isn't...
we have people come in and actually dub their own voices in there to finish that line or something. No, this is true.
Sure.
Yeah,
it is true, but...
because we edit with the Japanese in mind, sometimes when we do sync up the dub version, like some lines are cut off, and that's just the way that it was cut, right? And so we have to like move things around or add in our own sound effects music
Yes.
to
I
finish
will
something
say
off.
we sometimes just add in like syllables. It will never be something people notice.
True.
Huh.
It's
We did
seamless.
have one team member play like the news coup in the background once. They're like, "Coo, coo, coo," and I like added a lot of voice modulation and stuff. No one has ever pointed that out. It's hilarious.
Oh, fascinating. Fascinating. There's a hunt
But yeah,
for it.
we do have like a bit of like MacGyver, like Scotch tape kind of like praying it like stitches
Yeah, of
together
course.
kind of
This
moments.
is the fun stuff we're really
Yes.
proud of. These
There are
moments where
background
we have
stuff.
to get creative.
Yes, yes. There's a lot of very like creative usage of footage and sound effects and reuses. Like in an episode of Wano I edited once, we had to have like girls screaming in the bathhouse, and I couldn't find any clip of it in One Piece. So I grabbed like a audio clip from Full Metal Alchemist where Winry screams when she's being like, when she thinks someone's peeped on her and she screams. And I use that for the bathhouse scream, and it works perfectly. And no one is ever going to write in and be like, Feeso, I noticed that you substituted in Winry from Fullmetal Alchemist's scream into that episode. So we do get creative in that kind of thing. Like we add an Easter egg sometimes, like with Raizo. Sometimes you might hear a Naruto sound effect when he's doing a jutsu.
Yes.
Stuff like that. There's a lot of playful things. We have fun.
Sure. Okay. Now, on that subject, do you ever feel anything like you are, Well, I don't know. I mean, you're going against what sort of was the official approved thing, but let's just take that example of Raizo adding sound effects. What's your instinct when it comes to, adding what wasn't originally there? Are you changing the experience in some way that it wasn't intended to be experienced, specifically with an addition like that, as opposed to a subtraction or a cutting of something?
Before I address that, just before
Sure.
I forget, just to add on to the end of that dub thing, which we were talking about before,
Yeah.
the dub isn't available in all episodes yet. It's also a work in progress, and we
Sure,
update
sure.
for it and stuff like that. So just something to note.
Mhm.
It's just something that's being worked on when the dub is available.
And how about my
In terms of
cruel
what you're
attack on your
saying-
integrity as a creator? Yeah.
Yeah,
What do you say to that?
I think that's
One
like
Piece-
any fan project, like it's just another experience. There's
Mhm.
the official experience, and then there's the one that a fan has put together as like a love letter to the franchise that they are, that they're working with or wanting to watch and want others to watch in a certain way.
But let me
And
just challenge.
I don't-
say-
Well, let me challenge on this one, friend. Would it be fair to say then, again, this is a remaster, which implies some differences from the original, not truly just a streamlined version of the quote-unquote original version or the official version. This is it's sort of enhanced and polished. So if one was sensitive to that, I guess they could be aware of that there's going to be maybe some little changes.
Yes, however, there is
Mhm.
no difference, no changes from the source material of the manga. The manga is always represented in a way that does not contradict itself. So when it
Oh
comes
yeah,
to
we
like
don't
sound
change plot
effects,
lines or anything.
Of course.
yes. So like when we say remaster, we mean like in presentation of the anime. So like our version won't have like our openings are always a little different in terms of like they're shorter in runtime.
Mm-hmm.
They're always 1 minute 30 or something like that. We don't have the full 2 minute 30 for some of the later openings. We won't have eye catches where like we have the commercial break where it plays Luffy's theme and we see Luffy run on screen for a second
Mm-hmm.
and then Zoro run on screen. We won't have next episode previews. So there are things in our experience. Well, this obviously saves a lot of time. But
sometimes
that's
I
a
like
slightly
episode
different
previews.
experience.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
So if you're someone who likes episode previews, or who likes the eye catches, my brother and I like to play a game where
Yeah.
we are like Zoro when as soon as we hear the soundtrack, the song.
Yeah.
So like we play a game on who can recognize the song first.
So but you guys are really you're
by-
dedicated just to cutting filler, right? I mean that's
Yes.
obviously the main goal, and those are of course not essential.
Yes,
Yeah,
but there are exceptions.
yeah, of course.
But when it comes to stuff like that, we omit it because it saves time, but also you have to know that omitting stuff like eye catches is very, very time consuming and hard at times because
Sure.
sometimes the transition between before the commercial break and after is very different. There's a different song playing, there's a different camera angle.
Sometimes it can be a little bit jarring. We sometimes are forced to end an episode after an eye catcher because otherwise the transition to the next part of the episode would just be too much.
Yeah,
The
so
eye catcher gives you that breathing room sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
So
So
there's a lot of
sometimes-
like liberties on how we end episodes, how we do these cuts, and it is a little bit different sometimes from how the official anime released it.
But at the end of the day, the experience is loyal to the core of the manga. So, like, when we say, like, oh, we might add in the occasional sound effect, it will never be to the point where it's intrusive. Like, Raizo himself was always meant to be a massive Naruto reference in certain aspects. Stuff like that.
So like would it be, so it's fair to say probably that like sure maybe there's some editorial, I mean even sacrifices, but just some changes like when it comes to the anime specifically. However, your guiding star is the story of the manga, so some sacrifices to get closer to that and to streamline that process that's kind of your guiding principle then. Yep.
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
exactly. And something which was done in early One Piece, which, thankfully was never done since, is like there was one time where we replaced the shot from the anime with a panel from the manga, which was like, sure, it's better drawn, but it just doesn't fit in animation, and that's something which has been replaced or will be replaced. So some of these very early mistakes which we made when we were like 15 when we started this project, like I'm 26 now, are stuff which obviously we don't do anymore. Like I remember in early Dressrosa, a Kingdom Hearts OST made its way into made its way into an edit for Don Chinjiao when we
As a
were
theme
trying.
song for him, right?
Yeah, it was meant to be a Chinese kind of like inspired
Was it like the
kind of Kano
Mulan
theme.
song?
It was.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think so. I don't know what it was. I didn't edit that, but like
It was the
that's the
overworld
kind
music
of
for the Mulan level.
Sure.
that's the kind of
Yeah.
experimentation which I don't think we would do now. Like, if the opportunity presented itself to add in music in a scene where it didn't exist before, we probably would leave it silent, because if you think about it, in our edits, we edit out so much of the silence because those are parts where we can remove the most filler without worrying about the music consistency.
Right.
But it's nice to have some moments of silence in your episode, because they're more somber, contemplative moments, and they're fewer and far between. When you edit together like 5 episodes into one, you'll have music most of the time when you do that, if you've got like a half an hour runtime. But I will say, like, if the opportunity presented itself where like a song can be added to a scene and it feels appropriate, we wouldn't use something iconic from like another anime. Like, we wouldn't add like You Say Run from like My Hero Academia or something into a current edit. So by and large, when we say like we add in Easter eggs like this, it will be stuff which no one will ever notice. The majority of changes are like the stuff I'll show you in a bit, where they're just to refine things, like make sure hair color is consistent, time of day is consistent. There's a time where like Nami's eye is like cross-eyed, and we make sure that her eyes are straight and stuff like that, or stuff like those are the kind of things. Yes. So for the most part, the things which are refined and different and changed are not something which will ever move the project away from the One Piece flavor, from the One Piece identity. At the end of the day, we are still the One Piece anime, just presented differently.
Gotcha. And another question, I'm sure a lot of people kind of wonder about this in general. When you take an average episode that you're cutting down, just sort of in general, I'm sure it varies from arc to arc, or animator to animator, or per people guiding the project. How much are you able to cut out of like a given episode? Any
right.
ballparks on that? Yeah.
Well, you can probably look at full arcs, and get like a read on that. So like, I think Wano has like a 40% reduction in footage, maybe.
I would say for the entire project, it's 45%.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're looking at like in terms of minutes. So like, if you're taking like Reverie, I believe that's even bigger. Like, I think that's like a 65%, because that's like mostly filler. Like it goes from like 12 episodes to 3 episodes of half an hour. Our episodes range anywhere between 20 minutes and 36 minutes. So that's probably the upper end. For certain specials, like the end of part 1, we've gone a little longer. But for the most part, we stick to that kind of time range. I think you can expect like a 40% reduction to 50%, depending on the arc. You've got the 2-minute 30 opening. It's reduced to like 1-minute 30. You remove the eye catches, the next episode preview, and the recap. And so that's already like 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
And that's
scrapped.
Every episode is guaranteed to lose that.
Yes, guaranteed at least 5 minutes and a half.
Yeah.
Okay. And on top of that, you're at least going to lose like a third of the footage, if not a bit more, when it comes to expanded scenes or scenes which aren't there. This sounds like a lot, but I want to stress that the stuff which does get omitted isn't the stuff which people go to the anime for and swoon over. Like, they're not like the high-end big action parts. The stuff which usually get omitted 99% of the time are the stare downs, the repeated scenes, the scenes which go nowhere or try and branch, or just give us an update on like, oh yep, Luffy's still running up that beanstalk this episode, stuff like that.
One of the big questions we get is, hey, are you guys cutting like the crew interactions? And I think what they mean is like what they might perceive as filler moments between the crew on the ship, like having fun, which in reality, we're going to cut anything that's filler. And if that is filler, then sure, it'll get cut. But the thing is, Oda does write a lot of those crew interactions into the manga too. Like those don't come from nowhere.
There
And
are a
so
lot of
those are all
cozy
included.
interactions.
So when you guys say
Yeah.
filler,
And-
it sounds like you're really talking about sort of the anime conceptual stuff of like long panning shots and, like you said, the stare downs.
We're
where
talking
there's-
about padding.
Yeah,
There's a
real
big
padding,
difference between
yes.
filler and padding,
right,
right?
right.
And some filler we need to include just because
Mm-hmm.
of the medium, because transitions require it. Like, you know, we require to show Luffy running up to deliver a punch as opposed to just being there and punching. We require, like, to end an action sequence and show the characters leave because the music needs to end.
And I suppose there's going to be
Or,
artistic taste of, like, some would say a pregnant pause before like an awkward silence, for example.
Yes.
So that's just going to be an artistic choice.
And
how
it's
to do
very
that.
important for us
Yeah.
to be loyal to the storyboarding of a
Right.
given scene, because I think that's a thing which, like, should be respected, because, you know, things are boarded in a certain way, but it's done in the exact same way, only briefer. Something which you might want to include while we're talking about this is there are certain comparisons which we've made and have uploaded to our YouTube channel, which help kind of illustrate how these differences look in reality.
This one gets passed around a lot. I've seen it. Actually, this
Mm-hmm.
sort of one gets posted sort of as a criticism of the Wano anime, basically, to be like, just look how much they were able to trim, because you can really see when they're side by side.
And we don't want to crap on Toei when we do stuff like this. It's just for
Right,
the sake of comparison.
That's great. We've really fleshed out my, as well as I'm sure everybody else's, understanding of sort of the goals of the project, and gotten past some of those pesky, like, are you cutting when they look at each other? I want to see that. Okay, that's not the goal of the project. This is a little bit different than like what the TCB project is for, which is to fill a gap where there's sort of a total void where no content exists, where in this case, this is a project that just refines something that already exists and people could, you know, access it if they cared to or whatnot. So the intentions are a little bit different. Considering that, what do you personally get out of the work? And I guess I'll also ask, you know, if there's any kind of financial incentive beyond it. Do you guys get paid or anything like that?
I mean, it's purely volunteer work, right?
Mhm.
So we don't get paid. We don't get paid anything except for satisfaction from hearing people give us some feedback, like, "Hey, man, this is like saving my life here. I've always wanted to get into One Piece, and now I can because of what you guys have put forth." So we feel a great sense of pride in what we do, and that's part of the payment that we get for this. Hearing back from the fans, hearing back from the One Piece community, and there is a lot of work that goes into this, and that's a lot of stuff that's not seen behind the scenes. And so you get a lot of people asking, "Hey, when's the next Wano going to release?" And they get a little bit antsy because they've really come to rely on One Piece, and we have to explain to them, "Hey, there's a lot of stuff that's going into it, but just be patient. We're going to get it out to you guys." And then when it does release, you get that Wano release, and everyone's flooding the, Twitter, Reddit, and Discord with like, "Oh my gosh, it's here!" It's really fun to see. It's very satisfactory, and we're hoping that it's not seen as like crapping on Toei. That we're doing
we don't want
something.
like a turf war between our fans and
Yeah.
Toei fans. At the end of the day, we're all just One Piece fans, and
Mhm.
we just want people to enjoy the series any way they can. Obviously, with the exception of Zenef, who gets paid very well, we don't get any financial compensation, which
Yeah, my day job's fine.
yeah, which kind of surprises like people in my life who like know I'm in, like, I've been in on this for like 10 years, and they're like, "Really? They like, you're doing this for free?" And I think the reason is we do it out of love for the series. We do it out of our own personal enjoyment of the anime, because a big part of it is what Zenef said, where he wants to get his wife into the series. I wanted to get my brother into the series. I want to get my sister into the series. There's so many friends who dropped off, and I just want to see them like appreciate, oh man, this masterpiece of a series, blah 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 blah. If only, like, the barriers to entry weren't so great. If anything, One Piece's role in the community is, as a tool, and so our place in that isn't to profiteer off of it, it's to spread the love of it. And I think we've been compensated not only in the support which we get from people, but we've been compensated in terms of our own personal growth. I didn't know how to edit before joining One Piece. Now I'm editing's one of my main skills. I've refined my writing style a lot, from working on subtitles. I've expanded my people skills, gotten over a lot of my social anxieties, or I'm working on them, because I've had to deal with people, help manage them, help talk to them, get feedback from them. You know, you go through criticism of your work as an artist, and it's in a professional way where they tell you this edit doesn't work because of blah blah blah, and it's constructive and it helps you hone your skills. So in terms of compensation, we've made a lot of friends together doing this. We've had the thrill of working on a series we love. We've got a product that we all enjoy a lot to watch ourselves, and we've all developed essential skills that we're probably going to have for the rest of our lives now. So in many ways, even though we're not financially compensated, and it is very, very hard, long, time-consuming work, like you'll see if you go onto the Twitch, like some of those streams are 8 hours, 10 hours in a sitting, and that's only doing a certain part of an episode. It's not even the whole thing. So it's a lot of hard work. And we do get some hate. But at the end of the day, we are compensated by all of those elements, and just being part of something which is unique. That's something which we can all hang our hats on and just say, at least if we made the experience more enjoyable and less of a slog for one person, that's probably worthwhile.
So next question I've got here is, and we kind of touched on this. Do you believe that your editing work comes with any responsibility? So sort of to your viewers, do you feel you owe them a certain level of quality, or are you not concerned about that? It's just for fun, so you're not concerned. What do you think? Zenef, you want to go first?
Yeah, we value professionalism and attention to detail in everything we do. Like Feeso mentioned, this project's, it goes back a ways. So back then there weren't that many quality control people. They hired him on to do quality control, but since then we've tried to up our standards each year, each month, each day, right? And so, because we owe it to the fans, absolutely. We owe it to them to produce something both in line with our vision, but also in line with their expectations of how One Piece should look. So we do have a degree of responsibility on this.
We owe it to the author as well. We owe it to the artistic integrity of One Piece. I don't think it would be well served if you're watching the series and you notice Usopp teleporting from, islands to ship or stuff like that. So that's the kind of thing which we've cracked down on. No teleporting, no music jumps. And we've pushed ourselves to go beyond to try and fix stuff which might be errors that already exist.
Coloring errors, animation errors. Yeah, we are trying to do this, and it's all as a love letter to Oda, right? It's to show him, yes, we love what you put forth. We want to
I will say
help this
that
along with the franchise.
I will say that we do not owe people in terms of when we release. We release when we're ready and when we're
I'm sure people are often chomping at the bit. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Yes, and people have offered us to donate before and stuff like that. And this probably links into the past question as well. But like I said, it's hard work, and it is. And it is I probably work harder on certain pay stuff than I do in like my real jobs and stuff. Just because of out of passion. But being compensated for that financially, in addition to not quite sitting right because it's a fan thing, and it kind of takes that pure fan enthusiasm and makes it into a obligation. Like if we had patrons, we would be obligated to release at a certain time, in a certain way, and we would rather just stick to our own quality standards, not have people who are financially backing us, and release a high quality product that people don't have to pay for. And also, we don't have to worry about the legality or ethics of it. So there are many reasons why it is a job where we don't get financially compensated. And part of that is whether or not we want to owe the viewer in that way, because what Zenef said is absolutely right. We owe them to do our best, but we should never feel like we owe them to just deliver the episodes at a fast rate, because it's a free service and we are looking to maximize the quality. So the people we owe are the people who are looking to be exposed to One Piece in a way that will not hinder their experience, which will only enhance their experience. So we owe them in that regard. We do not owe them in terms of when the episodes come out and how they come out.
Well, let me ask you this, though. Things like server hosting, the website hosting, file distribution, I assume those things cost money. Is that just out of you guys' pocket, or is there, any kind
At the moment, yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
We've had discussions about maybe just opening it up to like host like streaming services on our site, which would probably require like a minimum amount to reach. Like maybe we could like cap a donation to meet that, but
sure.
At the moment it all comes out of pocket, and
so a true
thankfully
labor of
we
love,
don't.
Fandom love,
yeah. Everything comes out of
Stuff is
pocket.
still up in the air.
We have no ads, we have no sponsors, we have no like anything. It's all just love of One Piece, and just we're in it so deep.
No kidding.
10 years.
Well, here's sort of a more, again, it's like a larger question. We've kind of talked about it already. I just want to get your thoughts on the official release. Obviously, this is a project to modify them, and I guess, I mean, my questions here are like, do you watch them? Would you watch them normally? Is your main goal here to, I guess, to refine them into something that you would watch if maybe they're too... I mean, I've heard some people complain about like Wano. Frankly, I've been a manga reader for a very long time. Started with the anime, so I'm not really up to date on what the anime is like currently. But I know a lot of people have said that the bloat has really accelerated in recent years. So yeah, what are your thoughts, Zenef? Want to go first again?
It's a weekly shonen, right?
Yeah.
So Wano's had to like slow down and add a lot of padding, which does make it tough to watch sometimes when compared to like what we do for One Piece. But at the same time, our work wouldn't exist if there wasn't an official release. So our team, as much as like we gripe, oh man, I wish it was faster. That's fine. We watch and support.
We poke fun at times, but like out of love.
Sure. I was like what they did, and we understand the nature of the beast, right? We know what they have to do. There is an obligation to the fans out there in Japan to release this thing weekly. And
they're sponsors. Like it's not just Toei that makes this call. There's a board of all people who are interested. Bandai Namco, Shueisha themselves, Toei, like the Fuji TV. Like Fuji TV expects regular broadcasting and stuff like that. It's not just something which is up to Toei, because they've got a lot of balls in the air.
So they're doing the best with what they have.
So once again, we're in a situation where the official release has some constraints, some necessities to kind of fill up episodes, like you said, have a weekly release and whatnot, because it's an official release. Whereas a fan project has the freedom to not operate within those constraints, which is why you guys are sort of like a natural, almost immune response, I feel like, for something like this project to exist, to meet that demand of anyone can see who watches these episodes that there's clearly some shots that are longer than they need to be for this to be the tightest version of the story possible. And so here you are to fill that need.
Like, they also always have to be 22 minutes and be consistent and stuff like that. The other thing to consider is we have to like give props when it's due, because I think that Wano has stepped up massively when it comes to the animation. The new character designer, to me, is much more manga accurate. The line filter they've put on it, just stand out some directors like Ishitani, and like whenever they bring out the heavy guns, the big animators, like whenever Shida's on an episode or specific huge big moments, Toei are more and more consistently giving cinematic quality to the animation. And that's something which we respect and we preserve. We edit around and we might like scoot some of the details, but for the most part it's all canon stuff and it all makes it into our edits, and those stuff are stuff which I know I watch as a fan. I let like 10 to 12 episodes build up ahead of me, and then I marathon watch them with my brother. But yes, to answer your question, I do watch the official version. It helps when I don't think you can edit unless you're familiar with the original version. So I think most of our editors will watch the original version first, compare, see what worked, see what didn't, and try and refine, at least in their opinion. I, for one, like certainly enjoy it as a fan and really appreciate when, outside of all the limitations, Toei still does have moments where they basically go ham and they fire off on all cylinders. And there are plenty of people who just, the anime as it is perfectly fine, and to those people, more power to them. One Piece just probably isn't for them, but it's an option there for everyone if they want to engage with it. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with enjoying the anime as it is, because I do myself, and not everyone does. Some people can't stand that weekly grind, and other people can. One Piece is the kind of thing where you're either the kind of person who can take the weekly grind of its release, or you're the kind of person who likes to build up and marathon it.
Yeah, right.
And yeah, I think it's a just a taste kind of thing. At the end of the day, we really respect the official release and enjoy it. It's just we tweak it in ways that allow it to shine away from those constraints we mentioned before.
So let's just skip straight to this question, which is, do you consider the product that you release to be an immoral project? Is it immoral to do what you guys do in any way? Zenef, what do you think?
Okay, Feeso and I actually talked about this a little bit
Okay,
beforehand.
sure.
What we feel is like we're not doing anything immoral. Fact is, fan edits of official releases, they've been around for a while. For like beloved franchises like this, fans who create their own version of existing works not only shows off their love for the product, but it extends the shelf life of the franchise as well, right? It's like, think about Star Wars films. There's like lots of fan edits for those out there, but it doesn't diminish anything about the original work. It doesn't override the original work either. It still exists. It's not like we're doing this to say, stop watching One Piece, watch ours instead. This is an alternative viewing experience for the fan base. This is a love letter to the author. This is basically the call and response to people wanting that One Piece Kai experience. It wasn't just inevitable; it's necessary, I think.
Okay.
And in that sense, it's not immoral to do what we're doing in any way. It's more of like that. This had to happen.
Just to add on to that, when you speak of morality, it reminds me of what we were talking about earlier. There is the concern that if One Piece is available for free, which it is, why would people go to the official release? We encourage people to support the official release if they can. I think it would be naive of us to think that everyone does it when they don't have to. However, the nature of the internet is, especially when it comes to anime and manga, where the rights holders are in Japan and don't really do much to enforce their intellectual property outside of something like YouTube, which is a pretty automatic system, to be honest. Right. They pretty much allow these people, these pirates, to upload the anime in full on countless illegal streaming sites. So One Piece's existence probably does not detract too much when you consider the context in which it's released into this great online bubble. All it really is another way of consuming it for free. Except here, we are hoping do a version of the series that still champions the official official ways to consume the series. I know I talk constantly about owning, the manga in full and all the DVDs that I've released in my region. Some people, they can't do that. The manga has not released in their region. The anime hasn't released in their region. They're not financially in a position where they can support it. Stuff like that. So there are people who we have to consider who aren't able to experience the official release on its own. And there are also people who get into the series because of stuff like One Piece. I told you before, I wouldn't be a One Piece fan without Scan Nations, and now I own every volume, I own every DVD. My best friend, same thing. He got into it through fan subs, blah blah blah. So there is a balance here. I think it is immoral to profit off of fan works without the permission of the rights holders. Like, if you're Team 4-Star and you're making shirts and stuff, that's fine. But One Piece, to an extent, is transformative.
I was wondering how long it would take to mention Team 4-Star.
Yeah, right.
Big inspiration, by the way, in terms of editing.
Sure.
But One Piece, in a way, is transformative in the way a bridge series is, but not to the same extent, because it's still played legit. It's still the core aspects, just rearranged.
What do you say to this? What about the contention that let's just say you are making a superior product
than the original. Let's just take that as a fact. Therefore,
Okay.
you are unfairly excluding the likelihood that people will consume the original because yours is so much better and cuts out filler and is free of those constraints. And what right do you have to release this superior product versus, you know, the limitations of the original? And that its mere existence is a real driver away from the source material. What do you think about that?
It's debatable whether we're better. We like to think that we strive to
course,
be
yeah.
the best we can. But when it comes to that, I think the easy counter is One Piece is probably to us fans more than just a business. I've said multiple times how much I care about the official release succeeding, but probably as important to me is the series being enjoyable and consumable and accessible to people, just because I think it is an important work, like outside of just being entertainment. I think it's one of the most creative pieces of media out there, and I think it means a lot to people beyond just entertainment. Like, it's legitimately helped me through a lot of depression in my teenage years, and I think the messaging of the series, its themes and stuff, shouldn't be constrained to whether or not it is profitable. So if we were to assume that Viz died tomorrow and Funimation died tomorrow and the series is only made in Japan, like, that to me would be a real shame. But I think it would be a greater shame to see One Piece not given its due in terms of adaptation. So I would say the thing that gives us the right is just how high quality this series is, and how it's our obligation as fans to try and make sure that it is as good as it can be in its adaptation. And I like to think that us doing that, us providing this alternate take, is a way of making new fans, at least some of them. Maybe some people, they'll have no interest in supporting the official release ever, but I think it's very black and white thinking to just say it has to be one or the other, because in reality, for most people, it's both. People who get mega into One Piece, do you think they're just going to love One Piece and do nothing with it? I don't know, because I think a lot of them might go and buy the next Pirate Warrior game, or might buy a Luffy poster, or might buy a figurine of Law, or might buy the manga, or might get their friends into One Piece, who then do support it officially. And so nothing exists in a vacuum. There's a domino effect to this kind of thing. So it's a tough question. I just like to think that we are doing good by the series in an environment where the series will be pirated anyway. And
Sure.
we are just providing a high quality alternative for people to consume. And
I guess it's not just
Yeah,
an alternative, right? Like, One Piece is bigger than just the core story. You've got so much more to the franchise. Even though, like, your diehard fans will say, well, that's filler stuff, they're still going to go watch the next One Piece movie, Red, you know? They're going to see that. They've seen all the other filler stuff up to this point as well. They've played the games, Pirate Warriors, you know, and anything else that came out, like, what was it, Grand Battle came out a while back. Too.
Grand
And
Adventure.
so Grand Adventure, yeah.
Odyssey is coming out.
Right.
Yeah. And so it's tough to say whether or not, like, we are pulling away people from watching the original anime. But I mean, like, even on Crunchyroll's website, I think you can watch most,
Piece
if not
for free.
all of One Piece.
Yeah.
You can watch all of One Piece for free.
And
so
how
you
many
still
people
have that choice
use
to
ad
how to watch it.
blockers and stuff like that?
Sure.
Like,
Sure.
we can't speak to the impact which we have. I mean, Toei have never gone after us, and hopefully they never will. So hopefully it's not that big an impact.
Sure.
So all we can really say is we encourage people to support the official release any way they can, if they can. But we are an alternative option for people to get into the series and enjoy it in a way that hopefully is pleasant to them and makes new fans and makes the community bigger, because in aggregate, when the community gets bigger, the more eyes get drawn to it, more One Piece fans get made. So ultimately it is something which you have to look at in a nuanced way, and just
Right.
it's
a
personal
balance
call
of
whether or not
factors.
you think.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So the way that you phrased it a little while ago was interesting. I suppose, yeah, more than just being a one-dimensional question on that axis, I guess. It's sort of, on the one hand, there's maybe some market share being cut into, perhaps. On the other hand, there's, or perhaps it's beneficial and more people are seeing it. But on the other hand, though, is there not some artistic obligation to, sort of like as Michelangelo described, when he carved a block of marble, to not use too highfalutin a comparison, it was that the statue was always there within. It was merely his task to free the statue from the marble that it was trapped within. In the same way, maybe morally speaking, what you guys are doing is unleashing the best version of the anime, as you see it at least, to try to let it shine as brightly as possible. And is that not also, perhaps, a moral act in of itself?
The
One for the philosophers. Yeah.
The greater good. Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
The great are good.
Why not? Okay, well let's scoot along here. So I mean, we could cover more on this. I guess I'll just ask if you guys want to address any more on this about like the strengths and weaknesses of your show versus the original. Because again, we kind of talked to that to a good degree already. But was there anything else you wanted to clarify, maybe?
So you already mentioned like we can't separate voice acting from the music, so we can't separate like
Yeah.
that out the different sound elements.
And that we
So
update.
we work with some uncompromising edits.
Right. There's always going to be some degree of technical limitations you guys are going to face, I guess, in your editing abilities.
Those would be our weaknesses. We wish we could. Sometimes there are some things that do kind of still drag on in our edits, just because we are limited by the stereo sound, by the 2.0 sound that we are editing with. I mean, it presents a challenge to us.
We have like we
gladly,
obviously are also disadvantaged in terms of manpower, like when Zenef was talking about challenge. This is probably something which we should mention, but like we've recruited some great people, and we're still looking for more help when it comes to that. And we have a very defined system that we need talented editors, QCers, translators especially to slot into, and the fact is
emphasis on the translators.
Yes, and the fact is there are a limited number of people with the skill sets we need, at least that we're able to reach. So that's a limitation which we have compared to a official like company like Toei, which are able to like put out job listings and stuff and pay people for their expertise. We've got the much smaller cross section of you have to be a One Piece fanatic and be super talented at the roles which we need and a team player. So if anyone listening is all of those things, please swing down the swing by the Discord server,
or even a part of those things and are willing to learn.
Yes, because that's the way it is. Like
you got Daddy Zenef here who can teach you all you need to know.
Yes, I was a crappy editor when I began this, and now I'm a decent one. And I think we've all grown so much as a group in terms of our skill set, and all we really need is passionate people. So I think that's probably a big, like, the ultimate difference between the official like Toei animated releases and our releases. Not that they're not like passionate or fans or huge into One Piece, because a lot of the animators are. Like some long-term fans, like Western fans, are able to animate for the series now. Like there was that series where Luffy fights this bear, and it got into the anime proper, and that was an old fan who did that. So I'm not saying that there's any less passion on the official side, but when it comes to us, we're only running on passion and the resources of a ragtag group of people on Discord. So we don't have quite the corporate backing full of like, translation studios and like, in between artists and stuff who can like bring this stuff to life. So it's a very different thing.
I got you. So
Toei are creating and we are remixing. That's probably
indeed, of course, and of course, it's going to be a more Herculean effort to create in the first place. So understandably, they have
now we need more resources
available. So
that's why we don't want to diminish the original work, because what they're doing is far beyond anything that our little ragtag group can put together. We are just we are standing on the shoulders of giants.
But you have those
we are
advantages
polishing.
Of being free.
We are making sure that like we're making sure their tie is straight and stuff like that.
Right.
Yes.
We are not knitting the suit.
Okay, well, so let's move right along. So, you guys obviously have spent a lot of time working on this project. There's a serious amount to do in the past and still ahead of you, especially if you go back and redo a lot of those edits as you've been talking. So, do you consider it to be a thankless job?
Yeah, we touch on this, but I'll say it again.
Yeah.
This is not a thankless job. We hear good things from One Piece fans and even newcomers, how much they appreciate the work we put in to create One Piece.
There you go.
It's so good to hear it. So
I will say
that's
we
the
do
greatest
get
thing about this.
we do get some territorial hate, like people who see One Piece's existence as a challenge to the anime.
As an
And-
affront.
And there are people who are big One Piece fans who like rag on the anime, like who like go into like those comparison videos and just trash the anime. And it's natural for big anime fans to get defensive for that. But I don't think that kind of turf war is necessary. So we get a lot of love, we get a lot of disgruntled people, we get a lot of attention. So I wouldn't say it's a thankless job. Sometimes it's easier to focus on the detractors, sometimes it's easier to focus on the people who appreciate it. I don't think the scope of how much work goes into it is ever truly seen. A lot of the stuff, like the animation error fixes, which Kaito does, or stuff which you don't think about, like the timing, or the QCers, or the language people, or the translators. Like, I can't tell you how many hours and hours and hours and hours go into all that, especially the editing and stuff. And just the internal project discussions, the website design, the stuff, like we've got a new website thanks to our webmaster, Gia, who's done a wonderful job. Discord management, like we have to also maintain a Discord and make sure people aren't being racist or like petulant or like just cruel to each other. So, like, there's obviously aspects to the job which aren't appreciated to the extent they can be, and that's nice reason why getting to talk here about some of those things which people might overlook, like, oh, I didn't realize that they changed that or that. It's nice to like bring that kind of like stuff to light, like the specifics. But as a team, I think that we get a great amount of acknowledgement and love, and that's awesome.
Yeah, it sounds like you guys get a lot of internal satisfaction just through doing what you're doing, and while it's nice to be appreciated, again, it's all out of passion. You do it because you love it, and
exactly. Like we were talking about clout chasing earlier.
Yeah, we're talking about how you're the biggest clout chaser in the game, and you're thirsty for that attention. Right? Yeah.
Like no one is like, oh my god, is that Zenef?
Yeah.
I recognize his name. Like people in our Discord server might recognize.
They still don't know who I am.
Right. So
yeah. It's
they're but that's probably as far as it goes on an individual level. So we have the thanks of our peers, like that's why it's important for us to always like acknowledge, hey, you did a really good edit, oh my god, that was a great point you brought up, I never would have noticed that, good QC note, stuff like that. I think it brings morale high. That's the kind of thanks which you really should care about with the people who we've like, you know, worked with for all these years.
Gotcha. And, well, moving right along, I just want to know, how long do you guys see yourself continuing to do so? What about
I'm already
you, Zenef?
10 years. I'm 10 years deep into this.
You guys pretty happy just to go along as for the duration?
Yeah, and I do eventually want to find other people as passionate as we are that can help fill those roles that we right now carry. That way it can alleviate some of the workload that we have.
Lessen the burden, but
right, kind of spread the love a little bit, right? And hopefully that'll happen as time goes on. As this thing gets bigger and bigger, I mean, the team's just going to get bigger and bigger too. But then we can rest easy knowing that, like, oh yeah, this is, you know, this part of the project's taken care of. I don't have to worry about these subtitles here because this person knows what they're doing.
Delegating more.
Yeah.
So yeah, for sure, what Zenef said. Like, I'm definitely not as super involved as I used to be in every facet of things, like I was like 3-4 years ago, and that's probably a lot healthier. And I think as the team continues to expand and we trust each other's abilities and have a more efficient understanding of how things should go, that we will be able to take a step back in terms of, you know, getting our like elbows dirty, and like, you know, the grind of it might be less arduous going forwards, hopefully. But I've been in this for like 9 going on 10 years now. One Piece's 10th anniversary is going to come up soon, which is crazy to think
Happy
about, right?
birthday.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, right.
And Zenef's been doing this for 2 years plus now, and I think like 3 years, Zenef? I don't know, but
I don't know. We're going on 3 at some point.
right. And so like the point is like 2 years more. That is a substantial amount of your a substantial chunk of our limited lives to dedicate to a project like this. So I think no matter what, anyone who's been part of the project for a significant amount of time will always keep an eye on it and want to see how it turns out. Like, we've been in it so long that we want to see it through.
Like, I think Sewell, like, he's one of the founding members, right? But he only checks in periodically now to just see what's going on. He's working on one arc himself right now, but not really much else. So that's kind of how it's
very limited, but like he will always care about One Piece because like it is their baby. And we didn't really talk about them too much, but One Piece began with Sewell and Gal, just two friends who like met on like the One Piece wiki and like or like who like gamed together and stuff, and they're just like, hey, why don't we just try and string together some episodes and put on Arlong Park? And from there we got like Hallie, the music master, who helped them keep track of the music. And we maintain a website to this day called One Piece Tracklist, which allows you to see which soundtrack plays in which episode. You look up the episode, you see with the soundtrack, and that helps us with the editing
and everything.
Exactly. Then I came on, Pepperjack, Gaijin, Zenef, Mego, all these amazing people, Gia, and the team has expanded so much.
Our webmaster now.
Exactly, all of these really, really talented people, and that's basically how it's all evolved. And even people who aren't super active anymore, I think they're always going to look at the way One Piece has evolved, and part of them will always be in it until the end, because One Piece isn't going to last forever, and nor is One Piece. But we've all been working on it for so long that I think it's hard just to like quit and stay out for good.
Yeah.
And not check in from time to time.
Well, then the next question here is kind of the mission statement of One Piece. What would you want the official release to do differently? So I don't really think we need to spend too much time on that one.
Basically, focus on all the areas we're trying to focus on,
and they're constrained legally, economically, in all kinds of ways.
Yes,
so there's kind of
they are,
like if they could go seasonal or something, even if they could, like that wouldn't magically fix all of their issues, because there's some seasonal anime which are very poorly planned.
Sure.
But like in an ideal world, like if it was done like, I don't know, My Hero Academia or Demon Slayer or something, like that would probably be good. It'll probably like be less of a crunch time on the animators. Obviously there's stuff generally in the industry where like you want animators to be paid more, you want the hours to be maybe a little less grueling and stuff like that, like just general work environment stuff. A big thing for me, I want their subtitles to be better, because at the moment Toei, they handle it internally. Well, they probably like contract a translation company to like translate it, but like it's clearly done with translation tools and stuff, and then sent to Crunchyroll. And the subtitles which they have for the official Crunchyroll releases are not good. The ones which they have on Funimation's DVDs are usually much more refined and better. While I'm grateful that they're able to do such a quick job and have the simul release for the anime subtitles, after the simul release, they should go back and fix those subtitles, because they are very, very patchy.
Oh, that would be nice if they did that. Can't expect them to, of course.
I mean, I think they should, but like, those are the areas where I think realistically they could improve.
I would say even if they came up with other filler arcs, kind of like how G8 was there.
Yeah, those really did serve a purpose back in the day.
It spaced out the anime in a way where people still got their One Piece fix, but like they were able to hold off on the canon content a little bit until they could catch up a little bit more.
The thing is, you need to get all of the rights holders to like approve of this,
right?
Kind of thing. But like, yeah, ideally I would want like, okay, after Wano, let's do a British themed island where we go to like One Piece's version of like Camelot. He's laughing because I'm British.
Yeah, yeah.
Where One Piece
Oh,
version
you
of
knew.
Camelot, where like we have like a Robin Hood stand-in and a King Arthur stand-in and
Sure, yeah.
James Bond and whatever. Like we have like a whole like adventure because One Piece you can go to
You know, Toei
different
is listening to this.
islands.
They're gonna do it.
Yeah, exactly. You can go to different islands and have a completely unique world. So I feel like there's so many like stories they could tell, which the manga probably won't get the chance to, like a cowboy island, stuff like that. Like,
I mean,
like-
this was the nature of the One Piece beast for a long time. Go between islands fairly quickly, and now that the politics of everything have kind of swelled up, there's a real hunger. I mean, I personally hunger for that more adventurous spirit rather than being in one place. Wano
Yeah.
was the most egregious thus far, but so yeah, I mean, I agree.
self-contained like shorter stories, which they can like make a good chunk of filler about,
Yep.
and which isn't intrusive to the canon material. I think that would be
Right.
a lot better. Like for
It would
all
feel like a one-off
Naruto's
adventure,
faults,
which you can still enjoy.
Yeah, yeah.
for all Naruto's faults, its filler happened mostly between canon arcs.
Right, right.
Like there are some points where it's a lot like more stretched out than others, like the Kazakage rescue and stuff. But like for the most part, especially later on in Shippuden, like filler was segregated to filler parts, and you could like skip 10 episodes, 15 episodes, or you could watch them and maybe you'd
And
really
see-
enjoy them. So
That would make it easy for us to just cut them.
Indeed.
In our
indeed.
version, if they just had like a standalone adventure, then One
Like,
Piece would just skip
if they
on to
did
the
it like
next
that and
canon
you could
arc.
just skip it and you'd like nothing would be like confusing, One Piece probably wouldn't even
Oh,
be
you
a
know,
thing.
I guess that just remind me. What's the One Piece approach to those old filler arcs? Are they simply cut?
They are cut in a way
Yeah.
in which you could insert them in your own viewing experience. if you
Sure,
want.
sure.
There may or may not be certain exceptions to that at some point.
Mhm.
Like, we're kicking around the idea of making G8 a movie or making it a alternate ending. So, like, you can choose to watch Skypiea 28A or 28B, and one will
He's
lead
playing
to.
coy. Like we're actually doing that.
Okay,
Yeah.
fine. There exists
All
a One Piece. There exists a Skypiea 24A and B. God damn it, Zenef.
This is getting complicated, but I'm
for
following.
stuff like that. So like,
Yeah.
there are certain parts where like we will give viewing options for stuff like that, but like G8 is a very beloved arc. Like most stuff like that is just stuff which you'll have to slot in on your own. Arabasta will end before the manga ending where the rubble falls on them, mostly because they change their clothes between
This
the-
is right.
yeah. So they change their clothes between leaving Arabasta and the junk falling on them in the anime,
Right.
whereas in the manga it just happens straight away.
Mm-hmm.
So like so like the episode will end with them sailing away from Arabasta, and if you want, you can insert movie 4 or any of the post Arabasta filler,
Right.
and then start the Jaya arc whenever. You can watch the Rainbow Mist arc if you want, like etc.
Don't know why anyone would want to do that, but sure, they definitely could.
Exactly. So it goes back to what we said at the very beginning of this. One Piece is a option that you can mix and match into however you choose to consume the series, but it's also a standalone product where you can watch it from beginning to end, hopefully, by the time we finished everything, and not miss anything, and not feel like, gee, that was obviously edited.
Well, with that, we're at the end here, and the only thing I have to ask left is there anything else you guys want to mention about One Piece, about anything about you personally, about what you hope the fans to take away from this, how to consume? Zenef, you want to comment on anything?
Yeah. I just, if anyone is out there listening, interested in actually helping out the project, we are always recruiting. So we want to recruit subtitle editors, subtitle timers, Japanese translators. These are the roles that we are always looking for. We always need. There is a turnover rate with these guys because it is volunteer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but we are willing to take these people on and show them the ropes. And you can find the recruiting channel on our Discord server if you are interested.
And there will be a link below.
Yeah.
And
So there you go.
I just want to say, like, thanks for giving us a platform to talk about it, and we just hope that people can continue to like enjoy and discuss One Piece and grow the community in a positive way, and we hope we can be a part of that. So thanks so much for your time.
It was a pleasure to do it. Thank you for spending your time with me. I've admired you guys for a long time, and was glad to get some insight and to push back a little bit, because I am I'm an angry little man, is what I am, and I rage against things that other people seem to really like, and so I like having an opportunity to sort of give you guys the opportunity to present your own case, where it's not just, oh, people can have a very one-dimensional moral lens of things, and so I was glad to have you guys. I've often wondered what's the motivation of guys like you who do the work you do. I've done some fan editing of my own in the past for various things, so I have a little bit of insight into it, but yeah, no, I just thought it would be very interesting for myself personally to hear the reason for why you guys do what you do, and I hope that the other people also got something out of it, and maybe they'll even want to help. I hope they do. If you got free time and a heart full of passion for One Piece, these are your guys. Give them a hand. All right, and with that, I think we're done. Thanks for being here again, guys. It's been a real pleasure.
Thanks for having us.
It's been fun, and thanks for listening, everybody. Again, links in the description to all the stuff they talked about. And if you want to go join, check out their Discord, check out their server. All right, thanks, guys. See you next time. Bye-bye.